comes from. Lanahaw grows Omaha's best right here in Nebraska with the advice to keep it thriving. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Garden Center, 192nd and West Center.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross.
You join me?
Sit him down.
Yeah.
Let's make Josh look like the odd man out. Let's
I prefer
stand.
standing. It's just kind of one of those things
Oh,
where
now we guilted him into it. Now let's make Jake stand.
first couple of years on when I did
Start
radio,
the show with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Now the scary thing is Jake's chair is so high that when he stood up, I don't think he actually went up. It's just, seriously, man, that chair is sitting up there, man.
shrunk. The first couple of years I did radio, it was mainly standing up the KLIN studio. Like I would stand up and do.
Yeah,
do
that's not a
Husker
great
Hour.
sitting studio.
No, it's a terrible sitting studio. And like same thing with Caleb Henry. I'm almost positive
Caleb.
when Caleb produced, he would do it standing up. At ESPN, they almost all of their hosts stand up when they host. Like
How high are their tables? How high are their tables?
Well, back when they were in the State Street studio looking at the Chicago theater, it was kind of like an island. Like it wasn't very. It was almost too big. It was almost too tall. Like to sit down was awkward.
Yeah.
Then when they went indoors and upstairs, it was more. It was actually super low, so it was actually more conducive to stand up and be over the microphone than to sit down and do it. I don't know how their setup is now, but mainly most of the hosting I saw first get done was all standing up until I came here to the Zone.
Right.
And all of you are just sitting down all the time.
Interesting.
24/7. If I
well,
did
part of that, it's because of the cameras.
Oh,
before the cameras,
I know. I'm not making fun. No,
John
I'm not
was
making fun of you
John
guys or
was a
anything like
stander for a while. Damon is a stand. I mean, Damon's just a mover. He moves around, but he was a stander.
But in that corner, you can get away with standing in that corner and just adjust the camera up if you wanted to. I did that a couple of times when in the morning show.
I'm good with sitting.
I think if I wanted to do it, if I wanted to host standing up with this new studio, I could do it and probably adjust the camera in a way to get it done.
It'd be a little, upwards with the chin and,
probably not the best angle.
They always say to have the camera coming down rather than going up. It looks better.
I do.
Or you just switch to the eye in the sky.
Well, the thing about the eye in the sky is that they see when I go to my phone, and I don't like it when
people. Tough look.
I don't like it when people see me on my phone
during the show.
Yeah.
So maybe don't get on your phone during the show.
There might be people texting me because sometimes we get text messages that go on over the air that don't go through the text line. They go to me personally.
A direct text message.
I
get those from time to time.
When we're doing Dog of the Day,
Is that open just canceled? Are we totally done with the Dog of the Day open?
No, we just did acapella today.
Okay, because lately it hasn't been going out over the stream, and then today you guys did it acapella.
So
I feel like things are canceled.
First off, that stream thing is not our. I don't know what's going on. I don't have any control.
Are you blaming the boss?
I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying that I don't. If it's not going on over the stream, it's not a mad thing.
Okay.
We do have a bit of an awkward situation with Josh and I because I don't sit over there, and even if I did sit over there, I never really use the drops nearly as much as other hosts do, right?
Right.
Yeah, sure.
And so that's just I don't know. It's something I don't really pay a whole lot of attention to. And Josh, when we're doing this and he's putting in his input or whatnot, it's a little hard for him to talk and then also reach all the way over there and hit a drop.
You're saying we need to move back to the old studio?
No, I'm saying that for 3-man shows, when the producer isn't talking, it's very easy for them to just go and do the drop deal. For us, it's a little bit more difficult.
Like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
But you're the drop guy. You're the drop host.
I keep forgetting, honestly, that I have access to it. I haven't really used it very much lately.
I mean, but
so I need to remind myself.
That's another thing
use
too. You know where everything is on your board.
I used to know where everything was.
I have no idea where anything is on my board. Josh does, but it's a little awkward because like the dog of the day bit would be like you never know when the intro's coming.
Yeah,
the intro just came. Now it's
what?
Now I have to like look at Josh and be like, "Hey, hit the intro." So today we just did acapella.
Okay, that's cool.
I have a question for you, John Bishop. The guy who hawks balls at Wrigley Field.
The guy who, which guy?
The guy who stands out at Waveland. He stands out on the street on Waveland with his glove.
Well,
no, it's not Johnny Atala.
There's a lot of them. I mean, aren't there?
There's that one guy.
One guy. Yeah,
he's got the sign that's like, bottle water, Cubs fans, X amount of dollars.
Oh, okay.
Cardinals fans, X amount of, that's.
Oh, that guy. Okay.
It's not those guys. What do you think of? It's not John Bishop. What do you think of that guy? Who just all he does all day is stand out in Waveland and tries and catches home runs. Do you think that guy's a loser?
I mean, I wonder.
That's the topic.
I think he's.
I'm
sorry. I'm the spitballing here. Right? Everybody wants to talk about the 999 challenge.
We haven't even got into it yet, though.
I don't really want to do it.
Talk about your Cubs guy. Keep talking about him.
Don't do the 999 if you don't.
Yeah, you don't have to because so I listened to the crossover on my way into the show today because I got a text from a friend like, "Hey, did you see this? Did you hear about this? Matt agreed to the 999 challenge." And I said, "Okay, so I'm going to check this out." So I listened to it. Now, one of the parts of the whole discussion that you guys had earlier during the crossover was various people contributing to the cost of it. Somebody's like, "I'll throw in $40," and then another person was like, "I'll throw in $20." I think you agreed to it when you thought financially it wasn't going to cripple you.
Yes,
but
1,000,000%.
If you're not getting any money into your Venmo account for this, if you're not Matt Millering this situation where your Venmo is filling up with hundreds of dollars that is going to go to a donation, then I don't think that you should agree to this.
I couldn't agree more.
Okay.
So I will only do this if this is sponsored.
Was one of the texts, I believe, was in the text line. I should text this person back and say, "Hey, are you going to Venmo Matt his $40?" I could do that. I could scroll back and see if I can find it. Will you Venmo Matt $40?
Go ahead. I'll give you my Venmo to give to that person. And hopefully the Missouri Attorney General's office doesn't investigate me.
Did you read the latest story about it?
I read the latest story. Well, no, I did not read the Athletic article. I did not read the Athletic article. I did watch the multiple videos. I was like 6 minutes worth of.
Have you seen that they have the video of the car crash?
Terrible.
But but also what's going on there? I have a lot of questions.
Well, first off,
I have a lot of questions.
They did say in the video that I watched that they're not investigating that's not a part of their investigation.
Yeah, no, they're investigating how he was fleecing people.
There is the morality part of if you are the one that causes the accident and it is objectively your fault, should you be the one asking for those donations? That would be a conversation to be had.
Yeah.
There's a whole other argument where the guy just said straight up, I'm going to give this money to charity and then just
doesn't seem like he gave the money to the Athletic. Had a lot of research into this about how it I don't remember the exact tax term, but how it's a nonprofit and how it had not been a nonprofit since whatever year, 2018, because they were like, we don't have any proof that this is a nonprofit, I say, essentially, I think you leave the story, the Athletic story today, thinking this guy was straight up taking money from people.
Yeah.
Until he got caught, and then he was starting to give some of it back. That was my takeaway from reading the Athletic story today.
It's incredible how these things have been on social media for so long.
Yeah, and all it takes is something, and then it kind of dips out into the ether. Pretty wild.
Takes him losing his arm in a car crash.
Yeah.
Terrible.
402 texter, by the way. I will send Matt the full cost of the challenge if he agrees to do it. Full cost. What are we talking about here? What are the beers? What's a beer?
I have no idea.
What's a beer at a baseball game?
Now, wait a second. This isn't something that they promote?
No. I don't think they want to promote doing this.
Oh, so
because you're drinking 9 beers.
So you have to buy everything
a full
a la carte.
beer. Yeah.
Yes, I have to buy a full beer and a full hot dog every single inning. I know, right?
It's got to be more than $120.
Exactly. That's
no offense to the Storm Chase. I don't know. I mean, but
it's 9 beers. How much are beers? If they're anywhere from $7 to $8 a pop, that's 9 times 8. That's 72.
My guess is you're probably looking at about $9 for a beer.
I think it's around that. I just want
So
like
it's
So
last
that's
81
81,
bucks.
and you're probably looking at $4 to $5 for a dog. Let's just go 5 for the high end. So you're probably looking at $135.
I
before
would
tax.
not do this.
So you probably need $150.
I would not do this unless people paid for it.
You need about $150.
So you would do it if it was paid for.
That's what he's saying. He's saying if this texture from the 402, if you agree to do it, he will send you the money. Now, what happens if you're unable to finish it though? Do you have to reimburse?
So that's
him?
exactly now what I'm thinking. Do I have to send him the cash?
Well, okay,
back?
what if we donated the rest, whatever the
To
difference
charity.
is, to charity?
in honor of Matt Miller.
An athletic article has come out about Matt McMaster.
So wait, if he doesn't do it, what are we donating to charity? Like $15?
No, just whatever the difference is. Because if he stops in like the fourth inning, that means there's
I don't want
$80
the guy
left
from the 402 to just blow $130 on this whole thing. If
Nobody
he would,
does.
If he would like to, if anybody at the park would like to buy me a beer and buy me a hot dog, and that's $14, then I will eat that beer and I will eat that hot dog, drink that beer in one inning.
Well, how about this? 402 texter has followed up. I will
that's
match the amount to charity of his choice, and he doesn't owe me. So he's saying if you agree to do it, he's good to go, and he's going to match the amount to charity. Now you have to do it for the kids.
This is.
You have to do this. You could be a good person.
Yeah, I get to pick the charity.
Sure. I mean,
If he's for real, I mean,
what kind of charity is
the
close to
the Sienna Francis House?
What do they? What's up with them?
They shelter homeless people here in Omaha.
That's awesome.
There you go.
That's like a legitimately good thing for you to do. See, now you have to drink. You have to drink and eat dogs.
Todd goes, I got 10 on it. Okay.
So you're gonna do it.
If this guy is for real, and he says that he will cover the full cost.
You can send photos into our text machine. Send your Venmo into there.
Okay, I'll send him my Venmo
send
right
him
now.
your Venmo, and if this happens, then we all know. Crap! Now does this mean I have to stay for the whole game tonight? I was going to go home a little early.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I know. I got things to do tonight. I have an early wake up call. I'm up at 5 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm up early tomorrow morning.
Why are you up early tomorrow?
I gotta run.
Nate in New Jersey goes, I'll match the amount for
How about
charity
you just do
also.
laps around the ballpark?
I could do that. Schaefer had an idea once where it was Josh versus baseball, and it was try to run a marathon during the game.
I remember this.
Yeah, and we never. And there was also going to be a charity component.
Yeah, I don't think you can do it anymore because of the pitch clock.
Yeah, agreed. I can't run that fast.
Yeah.
If the game was guaranteed to be like 3 hours and 15 minutes, I would have a shot.
Nate goes, I will match the amount for charity also. Need video proof of it all.
Whoa. So now that could be another like $150 to this charity. So you're talking about $300 to this charity. Man, you'd be a real piece of work not to do.
All right, it's done.
Let's do it.
Well, now we just got to confirm that the money is coming in.
I am sending him my Venmo right now.
Wow.
I feel someone needs to film this. Get like a vlog for Zone TV.
It's gonna have to
That'd
be
be good.
it's gonna
Somebody has to have a
my-
login on their phone to Zone TV, right?
Yeah.
The YouTube video.
Live stream the entire 999 challenge.
If you Nate, I will but the charity of my
I don't think
choice-
you can. You don't.
Because
I don't think anyone wants to hold their camera for 3 hours.
That sounds pretty terrible.
Matt
So,
McMaster came for 3 hours.
That's a good call, John.
When
Good call.
when I propelled down that building, it was for the Sienna Francis House where we helped raise charity for him. They did send me an email today. I believe they do have like a special thing going on right now.
Your charity does?
Yeah, that would be the charity of my choice. I know the good people over there.
A special thing. What do you mean a special
They
thing?
they're celebrating
Like a-
30 years of miracles and other good
okay.
news. So it's like
When
the
you said
30th
something like a special thing, it's like you get a discount on your donation. It's
Yeah.
like, wait a minute,
No.
that doesn't work.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was going to be like a matching or something like that.
No. Okay. All right. Nate goes send you. Wait. Now Nate wants to Venmo me as well. But now I'm getting Venmo too much money.
Well, no, I think the assumption is
the difference goes to the charity.
yes. That
they're sending me the Venmo to. I have to donate.
So then
okay,
you donate.
perfect.
I assume that's what's happening.
Yeah, just whatever we get. Or, I'm sorry.
Whatever
you get
Okay.
above the cost of doing the 999.
I will send.
And
yes, I
for
will
the
send to
purposes,
charity.
and I don't know what
Okay.
I'm assuming that certain beers are cheaper than others. You'll probably buy the cheapest beer.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I am buying the IPAs at the
No,
Skechers.
no, you don't want to do that. That'd be a disaster.
Yeah.
So here's a challenge for you now, Matt. A few years ago, would have been your first or second year of college. Jack Mitchell and I famously, we did this fundraiser because a former Husker fan, Milt, had passed away. Have you seen this?
Okay.
Have you heard about this? Do you remember this at all?
I do not know.
It was leading into the Iowa game. So in what are they called, John? when somebody dies, the obit.
The obit.
His son wrote, in lieu of flowers, place an unreasonably large wager on Nebraska to beat Iowa. And so Jack and I ended up raising $11,000 over the course of a week. Now, part of it was because it somehow escaped out into the ether, and like Scott Van Pelt found out about it, Barstool found out about it. But we donated. Holy crap! Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, this is gonna be a nice little fundraiser.
I was just given money to do the 999 challenge.
Unbelievable.
So there we go. All right, if you text in, we're gonna do this. If you text in, and you want to give me money. And then I will, and then for this challenge for the Sienna Francis House, who's celebrating their 30th year of anniversary.
We're now guaranteed.
We're done. This is
guaranteed
happening.
to have
So now every dollar that anybody donates now is going to go to the actual donation.
That anybody donates now will go to this charity.
You should throw out your
back.
No, put your your Venmo QR code on Twitter. And so then people, and let people know what you're doing. We discussed it.
Now, is that safe?
Yes, because they will send it to him. They can't steal from Matt.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
No, it's a good question.
Right, this is what we're doing.
Sicilian, Omaha World Herald headline: radio host caught embezzling money from Venmo intended for charity purposes. Arrested.
Absolutely not.
Didn't I recently give you Matt Miller's number? I think you were going to try to have him on your show.
Yes, that did happen. I was going to try to have him on.
Yikes. I'll be honest with you. I would not be surprised if we could get word to President C.
Yeah.
That we might be able to get maybe discounts so that more of the difference goes to the charity.
By the way, somebody just texted in and said, I'm good. Oh, wait, I think that this person just wants us to play the drop, but maybe they're being serious. He said, oh, wait, it's not on that page. See, now I got to figure out where the stuff is. He said, I'm in for
$800.
$800.
Indeed. Yeah. That would be sweet. $800. Can you imagine? They'd be close to $1,000 already. And then the challenge of 11,000 is on its way.
Now you need to come out to the ballpark tonight and you can watch along with us.
That sounds awesome.
How are we now? Are we gonna?
I could probably send
where are we gonna sit?
Page.
I don't know. That's a good question. I think Happer had the knowledge because he's close with the Storm Chasers and what's going on over there. I think he knew where we were probably going to be. Stip says, I will not give Matt money, but I might have to come watch him puke.
Okay.
He's gonna puke.
Awesome.
All right,
wow, this is incredible.
Tweet. Okay, so this is happening. I am competing in the 999 challenge at tonight's.
So for those of you, again, real quick, if you're not familiar,
setting it up.
It's every inning. Matt has to drink a beer and eat a hot dog.
And that's what
that's over 9 innings.
And John
so
said
every inning.
And that's the thing, because I didn't realize this. They were talking about it earlier in the crossover, because someone was like, why don't you eat 6 hot dogs early and get them out of the way? But you have to do one every inning.
Yeah, so as soon as he finishes the first hot dog and the first beer, you wait until the second inning.
Yeah, when do you get up? When do you get up to go? Because there could be lines and such.
Well, I'm just going to try and knock it out in the top half of the inning.
Okay. And then they stopped selling beers in the 7th inning, so you'll have to get a few beers.
I have done this
really warm.
I have done the 999 challenge before, but I was not.
You were at home.
I was at
home.
But
that doesn't count.
So
that doesn't count.
I have the stomach to do it.
Okay. Yeah, but it's going to be 100 degrees.
I have already
90 degrees. Oof.
Okay.
It's going to be tough.
The Venmos are coming.
This is great. And again, this is going to this
Sienna Francis house. Is exactly. They are great people. Linda Toomey is she reached out to me a year ago, and I did a little fundraiser for them back then.
Nice.
And then I've since met her husband, Jay Toomey, who is a listener of 1620 Zone.
Shout out.
He took me out to lunch, and so they're great people over there.
Nice.
Jim and O'Neill goes, can I send Matt some money for his lift home?
I mean, not a bad idea. He will obviously not be driving.
No, that'll be taken care of later by Matt's insurance because it'll be going to the cost of the ambulance.
John goes, Matt better bring a cooler for the 8th and 9th inning. It's 1,000 degrees.
Seriously, yeah, it's a very good point because they'll have a time when they say last call, and after that, those beers are going to be sweating like your coffee was on Joey's desk earlier today.
Again, I think we do need to. We need to reach out to President C. Now, I know they can't, and probably can't endorse.
That's what I was going to say. I don't know. He might just leave you on red there, John, if you reach out to him.
But I'm just saying, we might be able to get discounts.
Yeah,
so that we have more money that goes to
sure.
Stib says maybe Matt meets a lady and doesn't need an Uber. If he meets a lady, she's going to be disgusted by him. She's going to say, "Get away from me, please. I will pay for your Uber though if you get
This
away
would
from
be
me.
a great time to meet like the love of my life when like
Yeah.
I'm just absolutely plastered eating hot dogs.
Now, here's the thing though, you're doing it for a cause.
I am doing it for a cause.
Like
That's right.
that's not how many men your age are doing the 999 challenge, but also with a donation attached to it.
But so I'm tweeting this out. I've
Yeah.
already been sponsored for the attempt, but
Yeah.
any additional funds sent will go to the Sienna Francis house.
Awesome.
Do they have a Twitter so you can tag them?
I'm going to try.
That's awesome.
This is
so
fun.
where are we at? What's the total dollar that you have in your Venmo
we
now?
currently have $320.
Okay, so
in my
what's-
Venmo.
So we're looking at almost $200
that we're
that's
donating.
going to go to charity.
100%.
Provided that that's estimating what the price will be.
Let me
This is awesome, man.
this is great.
You are
This is gonna
Now-
be fun.
Are we
proud
going
of
to put anything on the hot dogs?
Oh, mustard.
Just mustard.
Bruce goes, I'll throw in an extra $50 if Matt eats a salad during the 7th inning stretch.
No, we don't want to clear you out.
This is not the Taylor Farms challenge.
Let's not do that. I don't want you to get sick tonight.
Well, that
just-
might
okay.
help clear things out so you got more
A little
room.
bit.
Now this has changed to I'm fired up to do it. It's just now there's pressure on me to go. Like if this happens and I only do 4 innings, this would be
gonna be
awful.
pretty
But
embarrassing.
remember, that's more money that goes
Just
to the
see
charity.
So are we rooting against me?
Well, no, not necessarily.
All right, let's do it, dude. I'm fired up now. This
Look
is
at
great.
you.
This is great.
I'm
This is
proud
great.
of you.
I'm like,
See, while the morning show was spending the whole time guilting you,
Yeah.
this
The
grum,
mature people.
the mature people on this radio station turned this around and made it something special to help the less fortunate.
Mm-hmm. Go us.
Go us.
Yeah.
the college group chat is now going off right now.
Yeah.
about-
Are they going to donate? Is the college
they're-
group chat going to
I
donate
have
at
to
all?
get this tweet. I want also though to make sure that I don't know what Twitter they have on the Sienna Francis house.
Well, they might not have one.
oh, they got to. Come on.
Some places just
Some
don't.
places don't because,
They
there's
just don't have Twitter anymore,
Yeah, and or they just it's not. Don't worry. You know what? Just link their website. I'm sure they have a donation page on their website.
Look
Oh
at
wait,
this guy.
I think I found it, Matt. I don't know why you just didn't like Google it on your.
Well, you can
computer.
still link the donation page
Yeah,
on
there
their
it is.
website.
At Sienna_Francis. Well, we want them to donate to Matt first, so we can get the money. So we can say how much we donated or how much Matt donated.
Okay.
Yeah, and then afterwards, then he can say, "Hey, here's where you need to
I'm sure
go."
the Sienna Francis house would say
Mhm.
gladly say how
I wonder
much
if
they
they'll
get.
retweet it. They'll be like, "Yeah, help Matt drink his 9 beers and eat
And
his
9 hot dogs.
and eat his 9 hot dogs." Wow, Bruce just sent $20. We got $20
Nice.
There we
more.
go.
This rocks. Kevin says 12 or 24 ounce. I think it should be 24-ounce beers. No.
No.
Beer
This is going to be.
size.
This
Come
is
on,
going to
people.
be. This is going to be basic hot dog, basic beer.
Correct. We're not getting fancy.
Yep. No.
He has a
fancy.
job to do. This is a business trip for Matt.
There it is.
This has now become a business trip.
Yeah, very much so. Did you-
Copy. I'm putting it right now.
Man, you'd take a long time to tweet.
Well, because I'm also doing a crossover.
Yeah, you could have waited until the commercial.
Oh my God, no! It puts up what my Venmo picture is.
No, don't do that.
What
Here,
do I
I'll
do?
show you.
How do I
If
do
you-
it?
If you go, the old guy is going to teach the young dog a new trick, right?
Oh, look
here
at
we
this.
go.
Okay, so if you click on your profile and you click it, you share this. That's what you want
Do
to
I-
share.
Oh, link copy to click.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so because then they will actually, they can see your little Venmo. And now there will be a photo in there. Like there's a photo of me running on my Venmo, but it has the
Nice.
QR code directly.
So then all people have to do is shoot the QR code,
Boom, they'll be good to go.
and they can make a donation on benefit of the Sienna Francis house.
Wow, that is awesome.
Towards the Matt McMaster, the Mc999,
The Mc999 challenge.
the Mc999 challenge.
999 challenge is
Yes.
incredible.
By the way, I found out
Mc999 challenge.
my dear friend David is going to be stopping by and feeding my dog tonight. So now I don't have to go home after the show. So I'll be there as early as possible after the show.
Well, I mean, it won't start until the first inning.
That's true. So I'm happy. I'll be there. I'll be able to
Unless
get
there's
settled.
like
I might have a dog and a beer tonight. Just one dog and one beer for me, please, everybody. Just one dog and one beer for me.
Is this the
all right. So now
the Matt Miller Memorial 999?
No, it's not called that.
No, let's
keep
his name out
Sienna
of this.
Francis house.
Let's
keep
just
it-
call it the Mc999
Yes,
challenge.
Definitely.
Okay, tweet is sent out. Let's go.
Awesome. Proud of you, Matt.
Hang on. Yeah, way to go. Way to go.
Let's do it. Great job, John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Listen,
Bringing
great job,
charity into
you.
it.
You're the one that's sacrificing your diet.
Great
for this.
job for being a drunk and a fat, you know what, Matt.
No, you're doing it in honor of something. Don't be so derogatory.
Well, I guess we do have to. Oh my God! So the tweet, it's got a picture of you with the fish.
Yeah,
And
it
the fish.
did do
That's
it.
a tough look.
Yeah.
That's a nice smallie though, right? Is that a nice smallie?
I'm not a fisherman.
Oh, is that the name of the fish?
I don't know what's
It's a
going
small. That's a smallmouth bass.
Oh, smallmouth bass.
I'm gonna
Is
go
that
with-
in Lake Michigan?
No. That's in Brainerd, Minnesota. That was
okay.
on Mille Lacs Lake. For all you
Best
big
fishing
fishermen
trip
out
I ever went on was in Lake Michigan.
there. What'd
With
you
my
get?
dad
Salmon?
and no, we just
Trout?
we got bass.
Oh, nice.
Asian Joe says
This was
Happy
when
New Year.
this was many years ago with my dad, my mom, and my uncle.
This
Bill.
is very convenient. I cleared out my Venmo yesterday. I actually had like.
Oh, that's perfect. So,
it's
then it
like
started
now
at
it's like-
zero.
It started
Awesome.
at 0. This is perfect. I was a little worried about that when I first looked.
Good
We're
job by
okay.
you.
Look at that. We got $20 in. Look at that. We're
This
up
is great. Seriously,
is
our
incredible.
listeners will get behind great causes. You know, we had the 4 Milk cause, 5 years ago now in 2021. So what we ended up doing, we got over $11,000.
Okay.
We decided, because it was Nebraska, we did not want to waste all of that money betting on them to beat Iowa. Shout out to us. We ended up being correct. So we donated $10,000 to Big Brothers Big Sisters of the Midlands out in Grand Island, I believe it was.
Okay.
We did bet $1,000 on Nebraska to beat Iowa, and when they were up 21-6, it was like, oh my gosh, we're going to be able to donate like $12,000. Well, they ended up blowing that game. Famously, top 5 Groin Kid Chronicles lost, but we still were able to donate $10,000 to them. So that was pretty cool.
We'll get the. I don't know what the cheapest beer is at. I don't think it matters.
There's going to be some domestic thing that's probably $8 or $9.
So we're doing this draft though, or can I get cans? Or is
do
it
whatever
just
you want.
draft?
As long, do whatever you want to do.
I just need to put 12
if
ounces
you do
of
cans,
beers.
you could bring a koozie and keep the beer a little colder for a little longer.
I'm gonna have to bring multiple koozies. I gotta come prepared. I gotta bring a visor.
Why do you have to bring multiple koozies?
Because at the 7th inning, I have to buy the 7th,
Oh,
8th,
yeah,
and
yeah,
9th
Good call.
beers.
Good call.
You know?
That's a good
So
call.
I probably got to bring multiple koozies.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna go straight up. And see, here's the thing: I love sport pepper on my hot dogs,
Don't do
but I
that.
just feel like that'd be a detriment to this
I
if I
don't
got the
know.
spikes in my
Weird.
stomach.
You gotta
Would it?
I'm just doing
I don't even. Do they have sport peppers there at the?
Oh yeah,
Stone
they are
Chasers
the
games?
only place that you can get tomatoes, sports peppers,
Oh,
mustard, onion. You can make a full-on
Because
Chicago hot dog.
you might need, like anytime these competitive eaters do these like food challenges, sometimes you do have to change it up.
Sure.
So just getting every dog with mustard, you might want to consider just for to keep the palate entertained. You might have to.
You gotta love dogs.
Mix some things up a little bit. I don't know if sport peppers would necessarily be bad.
peppers.
The last time that I did the 999 challenge, I at the 8th and 9th inning, I ate the dog and then I ate the bread because that's how desperate it got.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was bad. There's some pictures of me doing it. It came down to the wire. Like
Really?
it was.
Well, let's see what happens tonight.
It was a Blue Jays versus Tampa Bay Rays game.
random.
And like there was it was getting real bad in the 8th inning. And the Blue Jays, it was actually a quick game. It was like under 3 hours.
Yeah.
But they had a long 8th inning. Like that was when they scored all their runs. And if that didn't happen, I wouldn't have gotten it done.
All right, we need to send out a plea to our friends there with the Storm Chasers and I guess their opponents tonight. Take a little time.
Yeah.
Step out of the box a little bit.
There you go.
Maybe even take a couple of pitch clock violations.
I was going to say, can we make this a
Long
a
rallies.
throwback day? No more pitch clock.
No more pitch
No
clock.
more Garcia Parra, mess with your gloves all the time.
Well,
like
no,
you
we
did.
want more of that.
That's
We
what I'm
need
saying.
more of
That's what
that.
we're going to need.
We're going to need a bad umpire too, so we can get as many ABS challenges as possible.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Excellent
You know.
idea. Excellent idea.
If things get real desperate, we'll have Schaefer run onto the field.
Oh, that's very true. Jim and O'Neill just threw in $20 headed your way for the McNine99.
Stibbs goes, chicks love the fish picks.
They do.
Is what his response
Bruce said
was.
Matt dunked the buns in the beer like Joey Chestnut. That would be fun.
Oh my God!
What happened?
Do we need
We have a donation. We have a donation from. Wow, they are piling in.
Yeah.
Michael paid 20. Ben has donated 25. Hugh has paid 20. Travis has paid 20.
This is great.
Daniel has paid 40.
This is great.
We're up to $425.
Okay, we need a goal.
donations.
We need to throw out a goal. How about 1620?
Excellent.
1620.
We need to get to
okay.
$1,620.
I believe that we can do this.
This
I
is
believe
great.
that we can
This
do
is
this.
incredible.
We're already at what's that donated? Like 300 something.
So this will
Or
be
probably
about
$300.
$300.
Okay, we can do that.
Well, I'm
And
just
the
talking about the
crossover's
grand. Let's get the grand total.
Grand total
to 1620.
The zone. Wow.
Mustache Adam goes, I have a feeling this challenge will end like Matt will feel when the Bears don't win the Super Bowl this year. Sad and disappointed.
Hey, well, it's for a good cause, though. And that's
for a
all.
great cause.
It's a winner now. No matter what happens, this is now a win.
Maybe if we're lucky, Cam Curl can come deliver the final beer and hot dog.
Sicilian says Matt McMaster handshake.
I'm proud of you, young man.
I will say this.
I'm proud of you. You're going to do this for the team.
I will say this.
For our entertainment and for Sienna
yeah,
Francis.
I'm your jester.
You are our Huckleberry.
This is awesome.
I hate that I now know who Cam Curl is automatically all the time. I hate that is a random ass athlete, and I would never have known whom he is if he didn't do that.
He didn't do that.
And then, additionally, I have to have a Rams fan that I work with every single day remind me of who that man is.
Of how great a man he is. All right, so we're trying to get to $1,620. We have all been retweeting it. We will promote this throughout the Grum today. We're trying to get to at least $1,620. All the proceeds, minus the cost of whatever the beers and the hot dogs will be, all go to Sienna Francis' house here in Omaha.
Blue JR6. I better not see an article from The Athletic in a few months about this.
No, you will not. Do not worry about that.
Mm-hmm.
We better not see an obituary. That's what we're hoping that doesn't happen.
Don't worry, John. He's used to it.
That is true. I mean,
if anyone's
you have been training
your
for
whole
this
life.
Every Friday, shoving those oysters down your throat.
I really have been. I can, in all seriousness, I can get this done. It is going to be a battle. It is going to be a war. But do you know what they say?
What?
Great moments are born from great opportunity.
Yes, they are.
That's what I have here tonight, boys.
You do.
That's what I've earned here tonight. One game.
Nice reference.
If we tried this challenge 10 times, we'd probably fail 9
times.
But not tonight. Tonight, we eat with them. Tonight, we drink with them. And we shove them down our gullet because we can. I'm so sick and tired of hearing how hard the 999 challenge is. Screw them. Tonight, I consume 2,000 calories at the Omaha Storm Chasers game.
2,000. That's
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Stay tuned for the next episode of Happy New Year as we do the
Stay tuned to the Athletic article.
Memorial to Matt.
Yeah, I wonder what Happy New Year is going to follow this. I cannot wait to find out.
It's probably something about a date gone wrong.
And come on out to the Storm Chasers, even if you can't, even if you don't donate. Well, we'd like you to donate. But come on out to the Storm Chasers game.
Yeah.
You'll be able to see us because we'll be next to Violet Beauregard, who'll be blown up to the size of a big old blueberry out there drinking beers and eating hot dogs for 9 innings.
Oh, my God. I don't know.
We'll get her put back
Something
together.
just almost took on my
We'll get her
leg.
put back together.
That could have been terrible. You just saved my life. I'm eternally grateful.
Yeah.
All right, so again, the Mc999 challenge tonight at the Omaha Storm Chasers game. It's zone night at the ballpark. 9 beers, 9 hot dogs, 9 innings. Proceeds all go to Sienna Francis' house. Donate now. We have tweeted out the links to Matt's Venmo. He will be handling all of this.
I will be.
Awesome.
And we're going to make this happen. We need $1,620.
They are rolling. We are still rolling.
We can do this.
All right.
We can do
Well,
this.
I'll be following up with you throughout the day, Matt, so we can get live updates.
at the game tonight.
All right.
Yep, we'll be there. We'll be there.
See you tonight, Matt.
See you. It'll be fun.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
1620
Happy
The
New Year.
Zone.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Just wait till we find out that the Storm Chasers are going to only serve footlong dogs tonight.
It's a special night, everybody.
Yeah, we decided, you know what? Bigger dogs, just us.
Brats only tonight at the ballpark. Have fun.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to a One Beer Friday. We would love to entertain you for the next couple hours or so. And then later tonight, come on out to the Storm Chasers game.
It'll be entertaining tonight.
And it'll be up to McMaster to entertain us. If you just missed it, we just finished up the crossover. We have convinced Matt to do the 999 challenge. That's a hot dog and a beer every inning for 9 innings. And it's going to go to charity.
Yes, it is.
So we've already got enough to cover what will ever be the cost of the beers and the hot dogs. And we'll go cheap. I mean, it'll be the cheapest beers, the cheapest hot dogs.
Yes.
The difference of whatever gets sent to Matt's Venmo, and we've tweeted out the link to Matt's Venmo, will all go to Sienna Francis' house, helping out the homeless here in Omaha.
So the last number we had was the total fund was at $495. So you're probably looking at $360-ish, $350-ish at the very least, going to Sienna Francis' house. So
yeah, and our goal
that way we started
$1,620.
We didn't start talking about this until probably a half hour ago at the earliest, and so our listeners move so incredibly fast.
Yes,
for a good cause, and so we very much appreciate all of them.
So again, check out all of our social medias, our Twitters. At USC 1620 Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, at 1620 The Zone, our personal accounts, Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, and you'll see the link. It's a picture of Matt holding a bass.
And that's real.
It's a picture of Matt holding a bass, and that's the link to his Venmo. All the donations are going to his Venmo.
Yep.
And then he'll make the donation on behalf of all of you.
Yeah. I cannot wait to see how high this thing climbs.
One of us will do it for him posthumously.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how high this thing climbs over the course of the next few hours.
Yeah, so send them in. And if you can, come on out to the ballpark tonight. It's Nebraska night. It's all Nebraska night. It's 1620 The Zone night. So you
I hear Schaefer and Happer are throwing out the first pitch.
That's what I'm told.
They were trying to figure out how this is happening. Will they both throw the first pitch at the same time, or will one of them throw the first pitch to the other in a catcher's stance? I hope that they're both throwing it at the same time.
They usually, sometimes it's one after the other. Sometimes they do multiple.
No, those were the options according to Connor Happer.
I see.
Yeah, so that's what the Storm Chasers are asking them to do. I hope they both throw it at the same time. Hope they both do it at the same time.
Well, you know what? We got so excited for Matt's 999 that I forgot to upload the Grum Down.
Unreal. We've only been on the air for 46 minutes and 37 seconds.
Well, and I was also standing. It's thrown off my whole game.
I could tell.
It's thrown off everything. But we'll get it uploaded here in just a moment. Got another great show for you today.
Oh, yeah.
No Nick today. But young Jake's going to be here.
Concert might get canceled?
Yeah. Blame Canada.
Yeah, tough.
You know, we were talking to Brian Fremo yesterday from BCF Toys, and he's based out of Indiana.
Yeah.
And it's all over there, man. All the bad smoke from the Canadian wildfires. Blame Canada. I mean, South Park was right.
If he ends up spending all this money and going on this fun trip only for the thing to get canceled, that would suck.
I know the Brewers were saying that they'll refund tickets tonight if people don't want to venture out.
Oh, really? I thought that they were
got
a dome.
they've got to. Yeah, they'll close the roof tonight.
Okay.
But if they just don't want to venture out, because you know what it's like.
Well, yeah,
when those Jayhawkers down in Kansas start lighting their state on fire,
absolutely
it seeps
terrible
into everything. It's awful.
Mm-hmm. You know what's not awful?
The Grum Down.
Indeed.
Taking issue with special teams. You'll find out what that's about in a moment.
I'm curious.
Dabo isn't obsessed with winning another title.
Yikes.
We got an edition of the Dumbass Stupid. It's Dumbass Plan B.
John, I'll be honest. I opened up the Ross Dellinger story that this is based off of, I assume. Is that what we're going with today? And I read two paragraphs and my eyes glazed over and I said, no, I'm done reading these stories. I will talk about it with you, but I'm done reading these stories.
So you didn't even get to Plan B.
I am so tired of these ideas because nothing's going to happen. I still stand firm. The government is not going to help out college football. Good luck to you.
100 days to the NFL, the Donald return. We have video
of
what that means.
Okay.
100 days to college football. Who has been Nebraska's most productive player over the last 22 years?
Okay.
Kent's Movie Club this week. The movie is Patton, going back 56 years.
Wow.
George C. Scott as General George S. Patton. In addition to those of you who are going to be kind enough to donate to Matt's 999, the Mc999, we will turn around and give away some food of our own.
Let's go.
Arby's.
Awesome.
Home of the Angus cheesesteak and the curly fries. And, well, they have all the meats.
But many things.
Nick, before he left for his smokeout, concocted a game. If he can pull this off better than the previous administration of this program, we're going to play Name That Meat.
I realized he sent us an email last night and I didn't read a second of it, or I didn't read a line of it. I should probably check that out. I'll do that. We have time.
Yeah, you got time.
Okay, I have time.
Super Friends Roundtable with Jack Mitchell coming up at 5:30. And, of course, it is a One Beer Friday, which means predictions.
One Beer Friday.
Yeah, for us.
One Beer Friday.
It's 9 for McMaster with 9 hot dogs.
Hashtag 9 Beer Friday. Yeah, One Beer Friday for us.
Yeah. So all of that and more coming up today here on the Grum. You can also email the program, John or Josh at 1620thezone.com on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. Equitable, take banking personally, answer the phone on the first ring, and also the Liquid Trucking. Well, I mentioned Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
Nice.
Which also is the text line, which is where we kind of got the inspiration for the donation part of the Mc999. So thanks to those of you who've been texting us at 402-951-1620. You can also call us, which you'll need to do later when we play Name That Meat.
Speaking of liquid trucking, a text from the 402. I've been in Michigan and Illinois in my liquid trucking tanker the last couple of days, and the smoke is thick in places. Well, drive safely. Drive safely.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It is pretty bad. Now, I know you don't care anymore.
No.
Don't
care about the majors.
Open, but did you see this today?
Nope.
2 people shot 62s today.
Holy crap. That's pretty impressive. Is that Justin Herbert?
No, that's Lucas Herbert.
Oh, okay.
Lucas Herbert and Sam Burns. So the law firm of Herbert and Burns.
That does sound like a law firm.
That means
see old Scotty's up there like he always is.
That means 7 golfers all time have shot a 62 at a major.
7?
These 2 plus 5 others.
Wow, that's pretty
have
crazy.
Shot a 62
and 2 of them
at
happened on the
majors.
same day.
And 2 happened on the same day. Only one of the previous 5 won and eventually won the event.
Who is that?
Xander Schauffele.
Oh, when was that?
And I mean, it's technically a major.
Oh,
it's
the PGA.
It's the minor major.
Which year was this one?
It was only a couple years ago.
I was going to say, was that 24? I was going to.
Wow, look at you. That. You still know your golf.
I got my knowledge, John. I got the knowledge in my brain.
Yeah.
I still have the knowledge. I haven't gotten rid of it just yet.
Man, they must have set this course up easy.
Well,
is this like the PGA Tour or PGA Championship of British golf?
The Open, if the weather is good,
True.
because the fairways are so wide, like you have a chance to to get some really good numbers. But if the weather is
Yeah,
bad,
that's a
then it
good
just
point.
becomes a huge pain in the ass.
Because it's all very dry. I mean, look at all that brown.
Yep,
Very brown.
Yeah.
By the way, 65 golfers have shot 70 or under. That's a
Is that a
tournament
record? Yeah.
It's a
So the
tournament
weather is
record.
obviously perfect for.
Well, it
low
looks
scores
pretty
today.
nice.
It does. It
looks very nice.
Looks quite nice.
Yeah.
Indeed.
All right. Well, again, Matt McMaster has agreed to do the 999 challenge.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be a hot dog and a beer every inning tonight at the Storm Chasers game. It is zone night. It is Nebraska night.
Dog and a beer.
And if you're going to be out there, come on and over. I don't know where we're sitting yet.
No idea.
We'll definitely.
I have my zone jersey on. You'll spot us.
We'll definitely do something on the video stream.
There'll be like 7 of us laughing at one guy. Like you will be pretty easy to spot.
Yeah.
Or 6 of us laughing at one guy.
Obviously, we're not going to be able to broadcast the entire 999. That's ridiculous. But we'll do some occasional check-ins.
Some live check-ins. That's a great idea.
We'll do some occasional check-ins tonight with the video stream to see how green in the gills Matt looks tonight.
Awesome.
But if you'd like to donate, because we've got enough to cover the bill, we've got enough.
Yep.
But if you would like to donate.
Go
to our social media page, our Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. We've already retweeted Matt's link, and you just click in. It's a QR code to Matt's Venmo.
Easy to do.
And you just donate directly to Matt. Don't worry. This is a charity near and dear to Matt's heart, so he will take care of it, and it'll all go to the Sienna Francis House here in Omaha.
Awesome.
Dan just called in and gave a good idea, kind of having like how the hot dog eating contest or like ring girls hold up numbers on what he's at each thing. I think that'd be a good idea.
Let's get some signs and hold up. This is number 3. This is number 3.
Well, I mean, we have the scoreboard to tell us because it'll be third inning.
That's true. Yeah, that's
one.
true. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we'll do some occasional check-ins tonight, but we'd love to have you donate. So go to at USC1620 Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Click the link to Matt's Venmo and make a donation. Any donation is welcome. It's all going to. The good news is we've guaranteed that we're sending money towards Sienna Francis House.
Yeah, multiple
it's
hundreds
just up
of dollars.
To you as to how much?
Yeah, I just messaged Matt too, and I said, please keep us updated on how that number goes throughout the course of the show.
We'd love to get to at least $1,620.
Yeah, it'd be so nice to give more than $1,000. That would be so freaking cool.
Yeah.
So we'll hopefully hear from him throughout today's show.
Yeah. Don't worry, Matt's insurance will take care of any.
We'll be just fine. We'll be just fine
tonight.
Yeah.
All right. When we come back, a friend of the Grum has questioned Josh's sanity.
What?
And Dabo says, I don't need another title.
Interesting.
One Beer Friday, 1620 The Zone.
Tomorrow is the Heartland Pride Parade, hosted and emceed by Nikki of Sweet 98, our sister station.
Nice.
That'll be tomorrow, 10 a.m., Capitol Avenue, winding its way through Omaha, and will end up at the CHI Health Center. Then there will be a post-parade event at the Holland Performing Arts Center and the Tenasca Center. So check out more at heartlandpride.org, and we appreciate everyone's assistance in this year's Heartland Pride Parade. So we got an email from friend of the Grum, Al in Minneapolis.
What up, Al?
Al is a loyal friend of the Grum, listening up there in Minneapolis. Hopefully he's not. They've got the smoke pretty bad up there too.
They do indeed. Yeah.
But he writes, Josh has talked a bit about anticipating major special teams regression this year, but the specifics of why haven't been unpacked all that much. We'll do that here.
Mm-hmm.
In my eyes, Al in Minneapolis writes, the 2024 team suffered from a generationally bad long snapping situation. The personnel being better from that season and still on the team leads me to believe that any competent coaching will get special teams to a bare minimum C+, B- zone. The fact that the same system and mostly same personnel are going to be involved this year has me hopeful that the regression will be minimal. For the record, I also expect them not to be as explosive as they were last year, but I really don't see a super strong argument for, quote, I believe he's quoting you, falling off a cliff.
Well, I think if I remember right, I think you said falling off a cliff in a conversation the other day, and I think I disagreed, and maybe saying, yeah, I think that they will, or something like that.
Well, either way.
So first of all, I feel like we have unpacked this a lot over the course of the last handful of months.
Well, let's pick apart the argument then,
Yeah.
because he's right. A lot of the same personnel will be back this year.
Mhm.
They have said, and Matt Rule has said, we're going to be teaching the same progressions that basically Eckler left behind his recipe.
Yeah.
We're just going to have different people executing the recipe, at least in terms of the coaching perspective. But the personnel is going to be a lot the same.
Sure. So let me ask you this. What grade would you give Nebraska's special teams last year overall? So,
well, I mean, they were, according to some of the analytics, they were third. So, I mean, they're an A.
Yeah.
I mean, they're, if not, I guess I'm kind of grading on a curve a little bit
because of what happened at the end of the season.
Well, a little bit of that, and also today's special teams greatness pales in comparison to yesteryear's special teams greatness.
No, they did. I mean, they did have impacts. Like they did score, right?
They did,
multiple scores.
Let's just for argument's sake, let's say a definite A.
Okay, so because that's where I was going to go. I'm in the AA minus range for sure. So let me ask you a very semantics and perhaps pedantic question: is an A to a C plus falling off a cliff to you, or is that just a help? Like, how would you describe that kind of a drop off?
It would be a noticeable drop off. Falling off a cliff to me,
like a D.
Yeah,
like a true net negative.
We're talking about being a lot closer to what they used to be.
Okay.
Than what they were last year. So that's what I mean. Now, then the next question would be: let's say they are C plus B minus special teams.
Mm-hmm.
That's still a regression,
definitely. And so that's why I asked that, because I will now, I guess, define what I'm expecting to happen with special teams. I don't think that they will truly fall off a cliff, but I do think, I mean, if he's right, C plus B minus territory, which is where I think that they are going to be, I do not think that is certainly a good drop off. Again, defining it as falling off a cliff, probably not. But I definitely am expecting a drop off. And so I don't think actually that we are that far off. Me, when I say we, I don't think that Alex and myself are that far off from what we're expecting from Nebraska's special teams. Perhaps I just used a little harsher language than, needed to be described with Nebraska's special teams. Why do I expect that to happen? I think that that's the ultimate question here.
Yeah.
And I feel like you and I have debated Eckler a lot over the, and some of it I do think is a little turn things up to 11, right? You'll talk about
again, my criticism of Eckler
is how he's talked. It's not been his performance.
It wasn't his special teams. It was just the arrogance of, we were able to put special teams on cruise control so that I could focus on other things.
Yeah.
And that's what he wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we did see I mean, they didn't play well special teams wise the last couple games.
No, I mean, everybody.
So
to use the phrase, everybody kind of fell off a cliff the last few games.
That's where my biggest argument was. But in terms of the overall performance, I mean, it's inarguable.
Yeah.
They were a difference maker last year. They went from being a hindrance, something that could be a negative. And I think I said as much last year. Just give me special teams that won't ruin a game. Just give me special teams that, that almost like a referee. A referee's had a good game when no one's talking about him.
Mm-hmm.
If we're not talking about special teams from a negative perspective, even if we're not talking about them at all, that would be a step up. Yeah. Well, they went beyond that.
Yeah.
Right?
They made a positive impact on Nebraska winning games.
Exactly. Especially in the front, 2/3 of the season.
Basically, every win in October, in my opinion, they do not win if their special teams is anywhere near the performance it was the previous year, let alone if it was just a little worse.
So if we were going to quantify this, and I suppose this would be something we need to round back to when we get to the end of the season. But as we mentioned, Brian Fremeau of BCF Toys, who we talked to yesterday on the Grum, he rates the different position groups. And last year, Nebraska special teams were 3rd.
Yeah.
This year,
did he have a projection? I think
this year it was 10th.
Okay, that's right. Yeah, he did not have them dropping off very far.
The current projection based on this year's numbers is 10th. So what would you expect that number to be at the end of the season?
So I think it's probably going to drop into like the 40 or worse range.
40
or
worse.
I think is going to happen.
40 or worse.
And so to answer the question of why do I expect this, I think we spend all this time talking about coaching and the importance of coaching and how now I'm kind of expanding for a moment. You can have the answers to the test. You can know what you're doing. But I do think in college football, there is a personality component that you need to have to get something extra out of your players. And I just, beyond what he said after the season, I guess I find it hard to believe that we spent all that time praising his impact. And it's not just his ideas, because again, ideas are one thing, but when it's 18 to 23-year-olds, there has to be a different level that you're able to get out of them that just other coaches can't, even if, again, you have like the same answers to the test. And I think that he was able to do that. And so I think that with 2 guys now in charge of special teams, including Brett Maher, who have never done this, they have watched, okay, let me use this as an example. I have watched you do play-by-play. I've sat next to you. I have watched Kevin Kugler do play-by-play. I have sat next to people and watched them do play-by-play. I know how it's done. I know the semantics of it. I know how to put together a chart. I know how to study. I know I am not as good as you guys at doing it. Well, why is that? Because I'm not. Some people have it to this level, and other people, even if you give me all of the same charts, you give me all the information, some people are just better. And I am banking on the fact that we are going to leave and say, yeah, Mike Eckler's just better. I just don't know why I don't think that that's a controversial opinion. But again, I don't know if this is a semantics argument of what falling off a cliff
is. Yeah, and that'd be interesting if Al has like a definition of, because he, as he wrote in the email, it's B- C+. Well,
that's a pretty big drop off.
That would be, using the guide of Brian Fremeau's numbers, average would be somewhere in the mid 60s because there's 138 teams in FBS.
Yeah.
So let's just shoot for 70. We'll just say 70th. So anything above, 70th is above average. Anything below 70th is below average, theoretically.
Yeah.
So yeah, a B- C+ special teams would be in that, 60th range. So really what you're talking about is it's still a special teams that could be in the B to B+ range.
Yeah,
if you're talking about 40th.
Yeah, so maybe it would be worse. Yeah, if you're talking about numbers. I think that we will. You described referees earlier. I kind of think that that's what's going to happen with special teams. They'll be fine, but they will not be impactful in a positive way, and maybe not even in a negative way.
Well, and let's face it, if there was ever a team that may need, especially given the schedule, what impactful special teams are.
Bingo. It's this one.
It's this one. And so
Yeah, definitely next.
I think it would be fair, as we talk this out, I think it would be fair if at the end of the season, we're just looking at special teams and going, yeah, they were there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But they weren't able to do what they did last year.
I mean, that would, in my opinion, qualify as, I think, as to what you're trying to sell.
Yeah.
And that is, it will take a step back. They will go from being a special teams that made a positive impact on games multiple times to a special teams that's just like, it's just kind of there.
Yeah, and I think that's where it becomes a problem if, again, the games are close. I mean, seriously, go and look at Michigan State in October last year, look at Maryland in October last year, look at Northwestern in October last year, and look game by game at what special teams was able to do. A block punt for a touchdown against Michigan State. They had great kickoff return against Maryland. They had a touchdown kickoff return right against Northwestern. Like, without special teams, I think that they lose maybe all of those games. And certainly they're a lot different story. And in a season that, I mean, the schedule, of course, is tougher, you're going to need that level of impact. And so do I think the bottom is going to fall off to the level of 2024? No, because that was one of the worst special teams that we've ever seen around here. They couldn't snap the football. I think that they'll be able to do that stuff well. But I do think if we look at any coordinator or any position coach and talk about growing pains, given that this is the first time that they're doing this. Terry Braden, for example, he jumps up. He's an assistant to the defensive line coach in the pros. He jumps to being the defensive line coach at Nebraska. He had a lot of growing pains. We view that and we're like, why would you do that? I don't know why it won't be something similar, unless maybe Matt Rule's going to get his hands a little dirtier and be involved more in special teams. You know, I don't know exactly what that looks like, but they're going to have two guys that are going to be handling that job this time.
Would you be willing to quantify how many times this year or like how many games this year do you think Nebraska's special teams could be a difference maker?
I mean, basically, I think you find any game that you perceive to be 50-50, and I would say that would be. So I think you're talking about the usual ones, the Illinois, the Washington.
So in other words, if Nebraska breaks a punt return in the fourth quarter against Bowling Green to win the game, I mean, technically that would
fit. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but it would be against Bowling Green.
It would be against Bowling Green. And because then I think you'd say, yikes, the problems were probably elsewhere.
They probably should have done that anyway, you know.
Because I don't think special teams was why they lost the games at the end of the season. I think special teams was why they won the games, though, in the middle of the season. And I think that there will be games this year that go down to the wire.
So to quantify this, you're saying it'll drop below 40 in Brian Fremeau's rankings?
I think so. I think that there's
because remember, special teams, I mean, there's so many. There's the punting, there's net punting, there's punt returns on, you know, the return side. There's, you know, the place kicking, field goal kicking, kickoff. There's so much. And so you kind of need an all-encompassing formula. And I think the folks like Brian and like Bill Conley, you know, can provide that for us. And so we'll look back at their rankings at the end of the season and we'll see where they end up.
So, and then here's the other question on top of this. How many touchdowns will they have? So last year, Kenneth Williams had a kickoff return for a touchdown. He also had another really long one in there that
was almost a touchdown.
That was the Maryland game. And then technically, I didn't know this until this offseason, blocked punts that are just recovered in the end zone technically are counted as punt return touchdown. Carter Nelson had the punt return touchdown for Nebraska last year. But even aside from that, if you look at like what they were able to do, Ja'Cory Barney averaged 12.3 yards per return on 22 returns. And like that's a pretty solid number. It is. I'm going to pull up 2024. And again, I don't think that they're going to drop back that far. But in 2024, Nebraska's leading punt returner was Isaiah Garcia Castaneda with 60 total yards.
Right.
So, like, that's where I think that it's going to show itself. Again, the impactful plays, I think, are going to be gone or at the very least much, much lessened. And I think that that's going to be a problem.
402-951-1620 on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Here's Terry. Good afternoon, Terry. Thanks for waiting. You're in the zone.
Hey, guys. Great show. Hey, you know what? I think with Matt Rule's attitude or his facing three, that's your special team. You know, I don't think they can drop any lower than a B because of the games that you talked about, you know, last year going to a defensive coordinator or a special team coordinators that have never been coordinators before, you know, and the fact that you do have some of those players still coming back. I don't think you can drop below a B. I just think too many games are going to be decided by the difference in special teams this year.
Yeah.
So hopefully, I say a B.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean, that would be, if they do that, first of all, happy to be wrong. I would be wrong, and that would end up being good because I think that could result in, positive to the point of like you're causing a true flip of the field or you're scoring a touchdown or something like that. Again, I don't think that the floor of 24, which was where you couldn't snap the ball or you were getting weren't multiple punts or kicks blocked that year. Like that's the stuff that you have to totally avoid. And I think that they will. But can you have the positive? Like last year, their floor rose tremendously, but their ceiling also did get pretty high. And again, all of that pretty much happened in the month of October. Is there a way that their ceiling can remain near that level? I think that that's going to be pretty important.
By the way, and I'm guessing this might have been why Old Man Doug was calling.
Yep, it was.
Doug was out at the Equitable Bank branch at 201st and Pacific, and the dog is
there's a dog. They found a dog.
Dog has been wandering around.
Yeah.
They don't have any tags. They're looking to see if it has a chip. But if you are in the area of 201st and Pacific and you are missing a dog, they have it at the Equitable Bank branch there at 201st and Pacific. So just a little FYI out there for the community out there in West O. If you're missing a dog, 201st and Pacific Bank, Equitable Bank branch, they will have your dog.
Also, speaking of money, Matt has let us know $535 is now the donation amount. So we're looking at about $400 being donated to the.
We'd love to get to $1,620. $1,620, and Matt is doing the 999 challenge tonight at the Storm Chasers game. We'll all be out there, so if you're going to be out at the ballpark, or if you'd like to come out to the ballpark, you can come watch the game mostly, but you can also, occasionally look over and see if Matt is down his hot dog and his beer.
Awesome.
9 beers, 9 hot dogs, 9 innings. It's a hot dog and a beer every inning, so it's not like he's going to go. Joey Chestnut and try to eat them all in a minute.
No, that would be cheating. Actually,
he has to down 1 hot dog and 1 beer for every inning, in every inning. And we're taking donations. We've already got enough to cover the cost of buying the beer and the dogs. All of the donations will go towards the Santa Francis House, helping out the homeless here in Omaha.
Yeah.
So check out our social media pages, because we've got the link to Matt's Venmo, which is where we're gathering all the money right there, and he'll make all the donations on your behalf from there. So check it out on our social media page, our Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. When we come back, let's do 100 days to the NFL.
Ooh.
And this won't be a supersized edition, but there are some other notes in there, including a real possibility for a GOAT to come back.
Oh.
On 1620 The Zone.
This is a segment open, and frankly, not a very original one. You see, Josh loves counting things down because he can't live in the moment.
This one, a long time have I watched. All his life as he looked away to the future, to the horizon, never his mind on where he was, what he was doing. You are reckless.
Anyway, this is 100 Days to the NFL. Oh, and there's an obligatory Brent Musburger clip because every Josh Open has to have one.
You are looking live.
Something on 1620 The Zone. Press the button, Nick.
Well, today's edition of 100 Days to the NFL goes to the one mystery that remains in this offseason.
What's that?
Will Aaron Donald return from retirement to rejoin the LA Rams and be teammates with the newly acquired Myles Garrett on the defensive line? Today on NFL Network, Ian Rappaport.
What did he say?
Well, we're about to find out. We have the video up here. We'll let you hear what he had to say.
Okay.
A real possibility is probably a pretty good way to describe it. My understanding is Aaron Donald himself does not really know right now whether this is going to happen. Here is my understanding of where it stands. I don't believe that, based on what I know, Tom, that Aaron Donald is going to be showing up for training camp for the Rams. If he does show up, it would probably even be to the end of training camp, or maybe could even be into the season, because he's not going to be playing 50 or 60 plays on defense. He'll be more of a spot guy. But yes, Aaron Donald does seem to be exploring this possibility.
Exploring this possibility.
But he hasn't decided. He's not totally in on it. Man, it doesn't sound like a guy, John, who's absolutely engaged. He sounds like, honestly, sounds a little bit like Mike Eckler, where his mind is just all over the place. He needs to stick to a plan, whatever he's going to do. Let me throw out
this. Remember when Ndamukong Suh, after he left the Dolphins, he just kind of,
he was on ESPN.
He just kind of floated out there in the ether. And then in November in 2022,
showed up.
He said, I still got something in me, and signed with the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, I'm not saying Donald will do exactly this, but would it surprise you that as part of this, as you heard there from Rap Sheet, Ian Rappaport, he's not trying to get back in time for training camp. He's not necessarily trying to get back, maybe even for the beginning of the season. But this could be one of those things where he's getting himself into shape, he's getting himself ready, and then maybe there's a moment where it's like, maybe the Rams need him, maybe there's an injury along the defensive line or something, and he's just preparing himself, and he could end up trying to do something similar to what Ndamukong Suh did for the Eagles.
So I'll actually change my tune on a conversation we had a little bit ago. I think he's going to end up coming back, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen. We've seen this in recent years. Suh is one guy. Jadeveon Clowney has done it multiple times.
Yeah,
he joined. I'm looking at his career. He signed a one-year deal with Tennessee in September of 2020. He signed a one-year deal with Baltimore in late August of 2023. He joined the Cowboys last year in mid-September. So he's a guy that has not wanted to participate in the rigors of training camp.
Yeah.
And that makes sense when you've reached that point. And so I will definitely change my tune. I think that he is going to come back. I would be stunned if he participated in training camp, though, and I understand why he doesn't want to.
I don't think he would.
Yeah.
In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I thought maybe in his last season or two seasons,
was he not really participating anymore?
He wasn't a big participant in training. I could be wrong. Or it was someone else.
Well, I thought he did, because the helmet, wasn't he the guy who ripped off somebody's helmet in the joint?
Oh gosh, that's been like 5 or 6 years ago.
No, that was 2022. He was part of the joint practice, where he was swinging the helmet. That was in August. And then his last year on his Wikipedia doesn't have anything about his about that. Yeah. So
Well, then maybe it's good he's not going to training camp.
That's true. He get in a fight, maybe gets suspended, and you don't want to have that happen. I'm guessing he's going to play. I'm curious, if Rappaport's correct, what that looks like in terms of an expectation on number of snaps that he's playing in a game, and how does that ramp up over the course of the season? Because I would assume by the time you get to the playoffs and the Rams are a 6 seed going on the road, you'd probably want him to play a few more than just.
Well, he's not there. I mean, when you have a 15-2 record, usually you're going to be at least a 2 seed, but there'll probably be a 1 seed.
No, I know. I was talking about other teams.
Other teams. Would you like to hear a nugget from an old friend of the program?
Old friend of the program.
Do you remember Hondo Carpenter?
I do.
Do you know what Hondo Carpenter is doing these days?
Well, I mean, he had been a Michigan State guy, and then he was a Michigan State and Raiders guy for some reason.
Well, he's still covering the Raiders.
Okay.
He had this to say about wide receiver Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings.
He came up earlier this week when we were talking about the best receivers in football.
Hondo is suggesting that Justin Jefferson could seek a trade to the Raiders so that he could be reunited with Clint Kubiak, his former position coach.
Yeah.
And, of course, the current head coach of the Raiders. He said, quote, "I think you wait and let that Justin Jefferson thing pan out a little bit. Nothing's imminent. I'm not saying anything is imminent." You just said that. "I just know that there's a potential that he may want to move on, and he had his best play with Clint Kubiak. I think and may have reason to believe that he would be amicable if he were to be moved and to be reunited with Clint Kubiak."
Why would he want to leave the Vikings, though?
He could be with Clint Kubiak.
Yeah, but he's got one of the better offensive.
With the Raiders.
By the way, his Twitter account's so weird because after every first word, he puts 3 spaces. I know that I give you crap sometimes, John, for putting 2 spaces after a period, but at least you don't put 3 spaces after a word for no reason. Yeah, that would be odd. That would be very, very odd. Say what you will about Kyler Murray. I'd rather be with the Vikings right now. I'd rather go back. I'd run it back one more time with the Vikings and ask for a trade.
Yeah.
Because I think he has a really good coach.
Now,
he's a proven good head coach.
Earlier this week,
Alex Linga says we need to get Hondo on to discuss. We will not be getting Hondo on the show to discuss.
Earlier this week, we were talking about the NFL quarterback rankings. ESPN did their own rankings of the top 10 quarterbacks. Obviously, the Madden rankings have been out of the top 10 quarterbacks. And we were commenting on whether or not Patrick Mahomes deserved to be, I think, what was he, 5th on the list?
He was 5th in the ESPN, or no, he's 5th on Madden. He was 2nd on ESPN.
Well, you sent me this earlier today, and now I'm going to share this with the world. These are the offensive touchdowns scored by the Kansas City Chiefs outside the red zone. So it's essentially big play touchdowns.
Correct.
You go back to 2017, they led the league in big play touchdowns. They had 17 touchdowns outside the red zone.
And that was the last Alex Smith year. And how many of those, John, came in the first game of the season against the Patriots? Probably 2 or 3.
Yeah.
They were awesome with the big plays.
They were also 2nd in 2018, 1st in 2019, 1st in 2020.
So you got year 1, 2, 3. You got a Super Bowl champion in 2019, a Super Bowl runner-up in 2020.
Then in 2021,
this was the
year they lost to Cincinnati in the championship.
And if I remember right, this is the last Tyreek year. 2021 is the last Tyreek year.
They had 12 touchdowns outside the red zone. That was tied for 7th.
And so then they trade Tyreek Hill.
But then the last 4 years, they've gone down to tied for 13th, tied for 30th, tied for 27th. And last year, they only had 4 touchdowns outside the red zone, tied for 31st in the NFL.
Now, they did win the Super Bowl in 2022. They did win the Super Bowl in 2023, and they did lose the Super Bowl in 2024. So they have been able to figure out a way around this.
Right.
That said, and so sometimes I say this, and maybe I shouldn't go this strong. I just wonder how cooked is Andy Reid in his offense at this moment in time,
or how cooked is?
I don't think he is.
Mahomes.
I do not think Patrick Mahomes is cooked.
I mean, look at the anguish on his face.
I think this offense is
graphic.
cooked. Well, he definitely was cooked at the end of last season. I think the offense is a bit cooked. I also think that the receivers have not helped at all. In which of those years was it 23 that they had all the drops? They had so many drops that season. But I think the way in which defenses started playing them and continue to play them is just to not allow big plays. Though that's been a league-wide shift that we
Sure
have
it
seen.
has.
They just don't have the playmakers anymore.
The thing though that keeps this all in perspective is this is the ranking within the league. So other teams have been able to get touchdowns, big plays outside the red zone. But the last 3 years, especially, the Chiefs have basically been at the bottom of the NFL.
It's not great. They got to figure out a way to overcome this. And the other thing too,
probably draft another quarterback.
I'd also say this: like the weapon. Think of the weapons that they had at the early part of this run. You got Kareem Hunt back there. You have Tyreek Hill. You have a Travis Kelce who was young and spry, not old and decrepit like he is now. Tyreek, of course,
now he's chained down. He got a ball and chain.
I'm curious to see what Kenneth Walker could do for this offense. Not like he's like this crazy big play
What could
threat.
Emmett Johnson do for this
What
offense?
could Emmett Johnson do for this offense?
Of course, Emmett Johnson's more of a guy that would probably get a short yardage touchdown than a big play touchdown.
Definitely, yeah. He's not a burner by any means.
I thought that was interesting, though.
It absolutely is, man. It absolutely is.
One more thing before we go to break. Kent's going to be joining us here in about 15 minutes. We were talking yesterday about Chris Johnson.
Yeah.
Did you see this?
I did.
The Titans are putting Chris Johnson in their Ring of Honor on opening day when they play the New York Jets.
Am I being too negative when my first thought is, why didn't you do this earlier? And why did we have to wait until the horrible news?
No.
Am I being a bad person?
No,
are they being
because
bad
he's
people?
only been, I guess he's been away from the franchise for a decade. He's been retired since 17.
Which is almost a decade.
Yeah. And I don't know.
His last year with Tennessee was 2013.
I don't know what the parameters are for, doing stuff like this.
He was a 1,000-yard back every year there.
Of course, had a 2,000-yard season.
And
right?
the 2009, 2006 rushing yards, 503 receiving yards, 16 total touchdowns. He was incredible. Speaking of big plays,
I'm sure part of this is being exasperated by the story of his getting Lou Gehrig's disease, but no, I think it's a good gesture.
I definitely am happy that they're doing it. I hate that the timing of it is something horrible's happening now.
But I guess you do it now, because
he's still with us.
Yeah,
not to get morbid.
All right, when we come back, we'll do a little 100 Days to College Football.
Perfect.
Which will include quotes from two of Josh's favorite college football head coaches.
I know who one of these guys is. I don't know who the other one is.
Oh, you know him.
Yeah.
Everyone knows him.
Okay.
He's very famous.
Okay.
Very, very famous.
Perfect.
And Kent's Movie Club coming up in this hour. And don't forget, 999 challenge tonight. Matt McMaster is going to attempt it. The 9 beers, 9 hot dogs over 9 innings at the Omaha Storm Chasers game. We are raising money in support of Matt. We've already got enough to cover the cost of the food. So that's already taken care of. But everything else that we raise goes to the Sienna Francis House to help the homeless here in Omaha. Go to our social media page, our Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, at USC 1620. We've got a link to Matt's Venmo. That's where all the donations are going. Then Matt will send them off to Sienna Francis House. But if you would like to donate, check it out at USC 1620 on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed.
The sport of college football is run by idiots, morons, doofuses, money-hungry clowns who don't care about you, only that you keep pouring your love and money into their constantly changing for the worst product. But we love it. Oh, we do love it so. The other thing we like to do is count things down. So today and through the summer, 1620 The Zone and 97.7 The Zone are going to put these two great tastes together as we anxiously anticipate another year of college football. So now, Unsportsmanlike Conduct, home of random number selection and inciting dorks to online violence, presents another number pulled out of our collective behinds. The program celebrates 100 days to college football.
Oh, man, it'll never get here.
John, you know Nebraska plays in 50 days?
No,
That's half.
Literally
50 days until Nebraska football.
Ed said it's 100 days to college football. Last time I checked, Nebraska was in college football.
7 weeks from tomorrow. Whoa.
Well, today, as ACC Media Days are done now, right?
I think today is the last day.
Is it the last day?
I think today is the last day.
How much I've been paying attention. But
yeah,
Dabo Swinney.
This is the coach that I did see the quotes from.
Spoke to The Athletic today. Friends of the Grum.
Yeah.
David Ubben and Ralph Rousseau.
Yeah.
And I'll just read you a couple of excerpts, which include some quotes.
Okay.
From Dabo Swinney. The story goes, with 2 national titles to his name, Dabo Swinney is past the point of trying to validate his worth. Quote, well, most people don't have one and will probably never get one. So I really don't feel, and he's talking about one meaning a title.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really feel like I got to go win a national title to prove anything to anybody. Later on, he said, I just want to focus on the things that really drive me, and that is impacting these guys' lives, truly fulfilling the purpose that we have in our program. Nobody wants to win more than me, and we've won 11 conference and national championships in the last 15 years. I think the next closest coach has 6. So being who I am, that served us well. So I don't know how to be anything other than me. But as far as like, I got to go win another national championship to prove something to somebody, I'm not really wired that way.
I feel like those quotes all go against each other.
Really?
I feel like I don't have to do one, but I have this many. I just don't feel like it agrees with itself. I don't feel like he doesn't sound like a motivated person, was honestly the first thing that I thought of. You know, and he is talking a little bit about external pressure. It's not internal pressure when he's talking about that. And people can have different reasons for drive, right? You can want to be great because you want to be great. You can want to be great to prove people wrong. Those are different forms of drive. But he just doesn't sound to me like a guy who is willing to do whatever it takes to. And his actions have shown that in recent years, that he is not willing to do whatever it takes to win a national championship again. But his program has fallen off so far, and it's because of how he operates.
But could it also be because of the current political pressures and the current state of the game? I mean, he's now in the poor conference, the ACC. He's not in a similar position as he was even 10 years ago.
But in that poor conference, one of those teams made it to the national championship game and had the ball down by just 6 points with a chance to win it all last season, 6 months ago.
I understand part of this sentiment. And it's the sentiment of having to prove something. In a weird way, Dabo Swinney is kind of in a reverse Tom Osborne. For Tom, and I can remember the years and years and years people would be on him for, man, you've never won the big one. You've never won that, especially when it got late and they couldn't even win a Orange Bowl because Florida State and Miami were running them off the field. And you could tell that the questions and how much he was trying to emphasize, hey, man, this is about our process. This is about how we do things here. It's not always the end result, though obviously he still wanted to win. Now, of course, they did win, so he got to have the last laugh. But Dabo has also now won a couple of national titles. But now he's on the back end of his career. And I was thinking about this.
He's real quick. He's also dropped off in a way Tom Osborne's worst seasons never were.
But I thought about it this way.
They were 7-6.
I thought about it this way. Because one thing, Dabo did bring that program up, right? Because they were pretty much a mediocre program. He brought them up to this level. Now they're sliding back down.
You think it's just a reversion to the mean?
Towards that level. But it's I can understand the frustration of, look, we've done it here. And I get that some people are frustrated, but we have done it here. And so why are people on my case that I have to win it again?
But how long can you rest on your laurels of now what is closing in on a decade ago?
I don't know.
You know, because I would say you can't. I would say you can't keep doing that because it just sounds to me like excuse making. You know, other coaches have adapted in this time. He is not alone in this. You know, he is not the one coach who has to deal with new things. You're right about the conference situation, but again, I would just point to Miami and say they were in the national championship game last year. Why?
Yeah, but we all know that Miami's probably got more money than Clemson.
Clemson has a lot of money. Like, let's not pretend like this is a woebegone program. Dabo Swinney is one of the highest paid coaches in all of college football. The reason I think that they're approaching the sport the way they are is not because of a program-wide edict. I think it's because of him. I think it's because of how he wants to operate, not because of how the program wants to operate.
Well, certainly he's been later in the game into the transfer portal, but now they've gotten into the transfer portal. So he's relented a little bit in that area. Speaking of the money part, I'm reading from the story. Sweeney is also quick to point out that if championships are the ultimate measure of success, he's still doing better than most of his peers. Quote, how many teams have won championships? There's a lot of coaches that get paid a lot of money. They get paid to win, and they ain't never won. The money I get paid is because we won. Ain't nobody giving me nothing. We had to earn it.
See, and again, like I don't like that because I think you're supposed to pay for future performance, not past success. At a certain point,
like Matt Rule.
Yeah, honestly, yes. I mean, he's not paid what he has earned at Nebraska. He is definitely being paid on what he has once done and what they are hoping for him to do. You know, they're not. This is not a handout. This is big time college football. And again, he just sounds like a guy. There was a comment that we got a couple of moments ago. I think it was on the text line that said, from Jeff. Sounds like a guy ready for retirement. He does. He just sounds like a guy who, to me, is playing out the string. I'm fine with that. For the record, I don't like him. I'm fine with Clemson not doing a good job. I'm stunned that their fan base is, continuing to allow this, but 2 national championships for a program that had only won 1. And I mean, that was such an outlier in the 80s, it's going to go a long way. I think he's running out of goodwill though.
Since 2020, Clemson's record is 57-22.
What was that? Say the record again.
57-22.
I wonder where that ranks. Do you know where that ranks?
I don't know where it ranks, but I'd be willing to bet it's pretty damn high.
Do you think so?
57-22?
It's a 72% winning percentage.
That's a high winning percentage if you think about it over the course of 5 seasons.
That's 6 seasons. 6
seasons.
And I would say
that's a lot.
I would say if you go, because that's the last Trevor Lawrence year, not to make my math better, but I'd say if you go one more year, basically after Trevor Lawrence, I know that the percentage is going to drop because they only lost, once or twice in 2022. But I mean, that's fine. That's Bo Pelini winning percentage. Fine.
2 more playoff appearances, though.
Sure.
And I mean, that's the other thing that kind of benefits Dabo.
But one of
All
them
he
was
has
in
to do is
2020.
get him into a playoff, right? And it's almost like, see, I can still do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because now, and pretty soon when we have even more playoff teams, when it's easy for everybody to get in, I see your point. I can also kind of see some of his frustration in that, hey, we have one here, and we're still winning, just not the way we used to win.
Bo Pelini's winning percentage in his 7 years at Nebraska was 70.1%. Pretty much right there with Dabo. And I wasn't giving him a whole lot of praise.
Well, but they were different circumstances. Bo was getting off the field. And never
kind of like Clemson.
Never got to a playoff.
Kind of like Clemson.
Never won a conference championship.
That's true.
Coming up next, the subject of our next movie won a World War championship.
He definitely did that.
Or at least was a big part of it.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to review Patton with Kent Wogamont next on 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edification, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Well, Kent's Movie Club. It's Kent's Movie Club. Kent's Movie Club. It's Kent's Movie Club.
I just realized it's hard to bob my head to the music and type out a tweet at the exact same time.
Understandable.
Because I was trying to send out a link so that folks can watch in. If you happen to be on our Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, the link is already there. But we say hello and happy Friday to Kent.
Hello.
How you doing?
Are you guys in a fishbowl now? I see traffic behind you.
Oh, yeah. You probably didn't recognize this last week. We moved into a new studio. We're in a different studio. So you are looking out. You are looking live at beautiful Dodge Street in central Omaha, Midtown Omaha.
Doesn't it look gorgeous, Kent?
Oh, it's a beautiful thing.
Very busy. And our fire escape, which is over my head there, right there.
Yeah, that's nice. Very nice.
No, we're in. I like having the extra, now eventually we'll have a backdrop here with our logos and stuff, but I like being able to see outside. It's kind of cool.
In the old Journal Star, the windows were about this high, literally 1.5 feet maybe, and they ringed one side, or they went down one side of a building, and that was it. And so it was a massive you worked your way up to get to sit next to a window.
Did you ever get to sit next to a window?
Yes, I did. In fact,
thank God.
Probably 20 years, but it took a while.
Nice. Well, this week's movie is Patton. It is from 1970. This was the Academy Award winner. Of course, it made George C. Scott an Academy Award winner. Pretty simple premise. It's the story of General Patton, starting with the beginning of the U.S. involvement in the war, basically, early 42, to the end of the war in 1945. And that's it. It's just
very short amount of time.
It's a short amount of time, but it's just about the war years. And it follows him and his zeal for wanting to, beat Montgomery to various points, General Montgomery to various points on the map, to his efforts to try to lead the landing at D-Day, which he was never a part of. Of course, his involvement in the Battle of the Bulge, and then his dismissal at the very end when he went on a rant about the Russians. So that's what it is. A pretty simple premise. This has always been one of my favorite war movies. And it's not even so much for the war, because if you think about it, there's the big battle in North Africa about 40 minutes in. There's a little bit of the battle. It's not like a classic war movie in the sense that there's a ton of battle scenes.
It's not like Saving Private Ryan in that regard.
Exactly. It's more about the inner politics and Patton and his zeal for trying to, push forward at all costs, whether even at the cost of his own men, and how aggressive he was at trying to end the war. And then it's also about the dynamic of this rivalry that he can create in his head, not only with Bernard Montgomery, the British general, but also with Erwin Rommel, the German general, and how much he studied him and how much he wanted to, beat the great German general. And so it was really more of a, like a character study of how this man who's in charge of so many men is so driven and so obsessive about not just winning, but doing it his way.
Did you want to add anything there, Kent?
Oh, I thought you would say something, but I can do this. First off, this is one of about 4 movies that I can think of that every time I see it, it takes me right back to the first time I saw it in the first place I saw it.
Really?
I saw this thing in junior high, right? I was like 12, maybe 13. And I saw it in the Star Theater in Curtis, Nebraska. And imagine seeing this at 13 years old, okay? And you come in and there's that giant flag and him standing up there and giving that 5-minute speech. Every time I see it, that's what it takes me there. Music will do that with you a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Music, but movies, not so much.
Mhm.
But this one really does. So I don't know why, but it does. So that's the first thing that came to mind when I watched it, whatever it was, a couple weeks ago, week and a half ago, before it departed streaming.
Yes.
And the second thing, I forgot the thing was 3 hours long, but it doesn't play long. It doesn't feel, or even today, doesn't feel like a long movie. And the third thing about it, I can go through some specifics, is it's a relatively accurate picture about what happened. The script, which was written by Francis Ford Coppola, by the way,
which I didn't realize until this viewing. I've probably seen this movie 8 or 9 times.
Sometimes you just miss the credits.
And I probably saw it in the credits, but it never really registered. And so I actually paused the movie and I'm like, really? Amazing. I did not realize this.
And he used 2 books as the basis for this screenplay. One was a biography of Patton, and the other was the memoir of Omar Bradley, who is obviously in the movie, played by Carl Malden, right? And Omar Bradley also served as a consultant on the film. So there's an accuracy to this that has been pretty well, said, look, this is pretty accurate. Yes, some of the competition with Montgomery is exaggerated, number one. Probably one of the most famous scenes in the movie where he slaps the kid actually happened twice, and it didn't play out exactly as it happens in the movie, but close enough. Okay. And pretty much all the rest of it is fairly accurate, even as far as the history goes. And finally, this is one of the greatest performances in movie history, period, by George C. Scott. This movie is a dead duck if you don't have him, right?
Absolutely.
Because as you said, this is a character study of this one guy. And Scott does a brilliant job because unlike a lot of war movies, he's not portrayed as this pure superhero kind of guy.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
you see all the flaws, and George C. Scott, he's a great actor, right? He was a great actor, right? I mean, he got 4 or 5 Oscar nominations, turned them all down, even turned down the Oscar for this, right? And if you just go look at the movies he made, even movies that people don't know about, he made a movie called Hardcore in the late 70s that was about a guy trying to find either his niece or his daughter had gotten sucked into the pornography industry, and he had to go in there, right? And he's really good in it, even though you guys probably never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
This is one of his best performances, right? And it is one of the great performances because he gives you everything and carries the entire movie. I should have done this. I was going to time how much of the movie that he's actually on screen, and I didn't do it. But I'll bet out of 2 hours and 50 minutes, he's in it 2 hours and 30.
Well,
very rarely a scene goes by where he's not
really
involved.
The only times I could think of that he wouldn't be in it, obviously, even on the battlefield, it cuts back and forth to him, watching over the battle, and then you see some of the battle and etc. And then when they do the cutaways to the German high command and how they're trying to figure out, they're trying to do a biographical study to try to understand who's this Patton guy. And they make the Germans out to be like really fearful of Patton. And it's like, man, this guy's next level. We got to do some. That's about the only time that he's not on camera, because he's either dealing with Bradley, he's dealing with his underlings, he's dealing with Montgomery or whatever. So you're right. I mean, in a almost 3-hour movie, it's got to be over 2.5 hours that George C. Scott's on screen. The only thing I would say, at least in terms of when I found out later, because honestly, when I saw that, I can't even remember the first time I saw this. It was probably when I was in high school. The only thing I came away disappointed with in learning about the real Patton is the real Patton had a very kind of a squeaky voice. He did not have this gruff, Vince Lombardi-esque type, voice that George C. Scott has.
Well, did you ever see Lincoln? How DDL, he's doing I remember watching that movie, and it's like, because apparently that's what Abraham Lincoln's voice sounded like. It was like, wow, really?
Yeah, and that was kind of how the real Patton, if you go back and hear some real speeches from the real George Patton, that's about the only thing. But everything else, obviously comes across pretty accurate. I know you were talking, Ken, about, the book by General Bradley and also the other biography. The producers tried to get the family to be involved. Now, Patton, we don't see it in the film, but Patton dies shortly after the war. He gets killed in a car crash. And then his wife dies a few years later, and they tried to get the family to turn over his diaries, but they did not want anything to do with it. And so I wonder, Ken, if that's to the benefit of the film, only because if you would have gotten the Patton point of view, it might have been a little more one-sided and may not have shown or depicted some of the flaws that he had over the course of the war.
Yes, and also too much information. You don't want when Coppola's writing this story, he doesn't need too much. He doesn't need to know what he did every Friday, right? I mean, it's too much information. This got him right where he wanted. I agree with that 100%, that part of it. But I do want to say, I did want to mention this because I find this astounding. That speech is pretty close to the real speech, right? Because he gave that basic talk multiple times to groups of troops, and people wrote it down. And so by putting the 6 or 7 or however many of them there are accounts of it together, you could come up with a pretty good version. This is the speech. Coppola tried to write it for the movie, and it was too profane to get put in the movie. So we had to rewrite it to remove the profanity, right? And there's plenty of profanity in it now, but if you're curious, you can find it on the interwebs. And he had a very he used the profanity very well. Let's just put it that way.
Interesting.
And so here's the other really interesting part of it. George C. Scott was going to refuse to do that. He didn't want to do that speech that way in front of that flag and all of that. And our director lied to him and told him it was only going to be used in a small bit at the end of the movie.
Interesting. Wow.
Why didn't he want to do the speech?
No idea. I don't know. I'm just
interesting.
In my little research into him, he seemed like, I mean, you mentioned the Oscars thing, seemed like an interesting guy to say the least, and kind of how he approaches that. I wanted to mention the cinematography. I thought was gorgeous,
isn't it?
I thought that especially the first battle, watching on my big ass TV, just how gorgeous it looked. And immediately, Ken, I imagine you were probably like thinking about when you saw it for the first time in the theater and just how awesome that looked. I've started to, over the last years, appreciated, trying to see stuff on the biggest screen possible. I thought the cinematography was awesome, top to bottom in this movie. I will say this, like as a critique or a criticism, I thought that there was a little bit of telling, if not and not showing with Patton in terms of how he treated people. Like maybe I just had a different idea, and maybe I came away from some of those earlier scenes thinking there's going to be a lot of areas of gray here, if not him maybe dipping into being a bad guy territory. And you mentioned, Ken, a few minutes ago, the slapping scene, and there was I should have written it down. There was another couple of things along the way that he did, and it's just like, not treating people well. But I thought for the most part it was, is it maybe this is me bringing my recent television and movie baggage where we have all sorts of anti-heroes, but I didn't think that he dipped into bad territory that often, if I'm being honest, but maybe I had built it up as something different in my head as I prepared to watch the movie.
I think you're more onto it about this movie wouldn't be made this way today.
No.
It would have way more of what you're talking about in it, right?
Yeah.
But for 1970, think about it. This is a 56-year-old movie we're talking about, and it holds up, right?
Yes.
The nits are being picked, but it holds up as a really good movie 56 years later. But what you're dealing with is the anti-hero, exactly that. This picture sort of came out in the sort of what do you want to call it? They were calling it New Hollywood, the 70s, all of that. This wasn't really part of that, but it came out right as that was starting. Mm-hmm. And this is one of the movies that sort of added that by turning this guy at least more complex, if not into really questionable.
We're just about to hit The Godfather. Thus, we're just about to hit The Godfather 2.
Well, I was going to ask about this. I didn't mean to go too far.
Godfather 2 years later after this.
Yeah. Does this? I mean, when we did American Graffiti, obviously that was such a huge movie for Lucas because it helped him fund Star Wars. Not from the same principle, but did writing the script for this and the accolades for this, how much of an influence did it have on Coppola then going on and taking on Mario Puzo's book and making The Godfather?
I think it did two things. One, it established him as a top flight screenwriter. I mean, they won the Oscar for it, right? Mm-hmm. And two, it got him the visibility that he could get that picture made. And three, the third thing, that he could get it made from a book.
Hmm.
So he was going to be able to adapt it and handle it pretty well.
Yeah. And he did. And, if you look, these guys, I mean, the guy who directed this, what's Schaffner, I believe his name is?
Yes, Franklin Schaffner.
Yeah, and if you look, he did Planet of the Apes. He did this. He did this movie, Nicholas and Alexandra, that's one of the last of the big Hollywood epics about the last Tsar of Russia. Then he did another movie with George C. Scott, Islands in the Stream, which is a good movie. And then he did Papillon, the prison escape.
Oh, yeah.
McQueen picture. That's a pretty good decade run for a director, I'd say.
Yes, it is. Speaking of the casting, I saw this from Wiki. The other actors that were considered and declined for Patton: Lee Marvin, Burt Lancaster, John Wayne, Robert Mitchum, and Rod Steiger. I don't think this film is as good with any of those. No offense to any of them. But I now look at George C. Scott and it's like, that's Patton, right? And especially if it would have been John Wayne. I don't know if there's any way he pulls that off.
No.
John Wayne, not only any way he pulls it off, he couldn't do it. He doesn't have the acting chops to do that.
Right.
That performance. Interesting one would have been Lee Marvin, because Lee Marvin, you may or may not know, was a World War II Marine veteran and crazy as all get out.
Right, but he had also just done Dirty Dozen. I wonder if that would have kind of fogged over, because that was a pretty big movie. Another casting decision, and I thought, we haven't talked about Carl Malden yet, but Carl Malden plays General Bradley, who is completely the opposite. I mean, he is the yin to Patton's yang.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of personality, in terms of how he treats the soldiers. Having an understated guy like a Carl Malden, one of the other actors considered was Charlton Heston. And I think that would have completely changed the film.
God playing or Moses,
right?
Was right. I mean, seriously, Carl Malden is superb in this by being, as you say, quiet.
Yes.
And in real life, that was what the two guys were like. By the way, Omar Bradley before World War II was basically a military college instructor, right? He was a teacher. He was an intellectual, so to speak, within the military, where Patton was this ground up, I'm running my tanks, let's go guy, and those two guys, the movie does a good job. The other thing, the movie, I think, does a good job of showing that they worked together, but they weren't exactly friends.
Exactly. Right. Which is how it's going to be in life.
Yeah. One last thing, Kent. This movie comes out in 1970. Like you said, you saw it in the theater shortly after it came out. This is during the latter stages of Vietnam. And it's when it's obvious that the war is going very poorly and it's not going to be the heroic,
World War II
finish. The timing of this movie coming out and how it's received and do you think that maybe it impacted how it was produced, the fact that it came out during this time, or were we still in a spot where 25 years after the end of the World War II that, hey, this is about, making heroes and, showing that, everything is great?
Once again, I think this is a transitional film, right? This isn't an Audie Murphy movie. It's not that kind of a movie. And I've read about it, the controversy or whatever around it. But when I saw it, when I was a kid, it was kind of like two different things. It's like, here's this portrayal of Patton and World War II, and here's this awful war that we're in that we're going to lose, right? And I didn't connect them at age 12, where I'm sure people at age 22 directly linked them together, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I can't imagine that it didn't have it had some cultural impact in that sense of also almost presenting a contrast, right? Here was the quote good war, or the war you're gonna, and then here's
the right way
debacle. Right?
Yeah. I was thinking about it, Kent, when they were in one of the various towns, overseas, which welcoming them with, the pomp and the circumstance and playing the drums and playing the music. And I was thinking, because it was a bunch of old women, and it's, okay, this came out in 70, the war finished 25 years ago. And it's like, wow, I mean, almost all the actors in this movie were alive during that time frame. Whereas you make a World War II movie now, of course, nobody was alive during that time. And so I just found that very interesting, just thinking about what it was like to be those actors, and that they could probably relate quite well to the feelings that their characters would have had in that exact moment in time.
Not only could they relate well, undoubtedly they knew people that had been in the war.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, that is Patton. As we said a couple weeks ago, it left free streaming. I'm saying free in air quotes, in terms of, if you have a subscription, you can rent it in a lot of places, or if you like Josh and you have a Letterboxd gift certificate.
Ken, I had a gift card. I had $5 to Fandango at home, and so I went there the other day, and it's $3.99 to rent. And it was like, or it's $5. And I was like, well, my gift card is literally for $5 and I would lose the other dollar and a penny. So I was like, might as well buy it. So I have it on my account.
So you are now a proud owner of Patton.
Indeed. It's available for any of my rewatches.
Yeah. Really good film. I've always enjoyed it. And occasionally it'll show up on AMC or another. And
it shows up all the time.
Yeah.
Is this the oldest movie we've done? It's one of the oldest.
I mean, when is American Graffiti?
I thought 73.
Okay, so and we did The
We haven't
Godfather.
done any movies from the 60s?
No, wait, we did The Graduate.
The Graduate. We've done True Grit.
And
okay,
we did the original True. Oh wait,
no, we did didn't we do the Jeff Bridges True Grit?
We've done both. We did it.
both.
I think like that might have been. If you go to your document, that's like maybe
that will be the oldest.
15.
That the original True Grit with John Wayne would be like 67, 68, 69.
I know we did that one because that was my pick. I remember picking that because I'd never seen it before.
Ken, on my letterbox, I've started just adding movies that I want to watch at some point in time, and some of them I hear on podcasts. And one of them is The Third Man, which came out in 1949. And so whenever I see that pop up on a streaming service for free, I'm gonna pick that one. So then we'll have a new record for the oldest movie. Yeah, awesome. Very cool.
True Grit was 1969. So I mean,
and what's The Graduate? 68.
It's right in that wheelhouse.
Yeah,
So it's either The Graduate or we did The Graduate, right? That's in there.
I was not on the show that week.
Okay. We did 67.
But you did do The Grad. Do you
So
remember
that's-
that?
that's-
thing on there?
That'll be the oldest one. I couldn't think of anything older than Patton, but now I remember those.
No, we forget Citizen Kane.
Citizen Kane. That's true.
Citizen
That
Kane
doesn't count.
You know, another movie, Ken, from that era that I've never seen is Casablanca. And so I've
Oh,
been.
you're kidding me.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. There we go. Classic. I'll get around to
I'll
it.
be honest with you, Kent. Until like 8 months ago, I hadn't seen
All right,
it
so I
either.
got until I'm 54.
Yay. What is wrong with you guys?
We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
All right, so now
Next week, Austin is in for me.
Austin is in, but Nick had already picked the Springsteen thing.
We're pushing that back. We will get to Springsteen.
never? Great.
Well, maybe. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But
Oh.
Nick has given his choice. Not his. He is now. Nick has been pushed back a week. This is what we do. He doesn't get to take his pick. And so Austin texted me, Kent, the other day, and he said, "Have you done any of these movies? And if so." Or if not, do you have any opinions on it? And I had seen one of the movies that he sent, and so that's the movie that he is picking. It is on Prime. It is brand new, and it is called Sheep Detectives, and it is with Hugh Jackman. I actually watched this, Kent, like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. I can tell because I have Kent popped out. He's shaking his head. Are you a fan of this movie, Kent?
I liked it. I thought it was nice. A nice little movie.
It's really fun. I had a great time watching it.
Detectives, eh?
I won't say anything. It is. I think it's a wonderful, wonderful movie.
Yeah, you just check your brain at the door and enjoy.
Just have fun. Just get ready to have some fun.
Well, I was ready to do that with the Springsteen film, so I guess that's pretty good.
You didn't watch ahead, I hope, John. You didn't watch ahead on the Springsteen movie. Were you gonna? That was gonna be cramming the night before.
I was gonna watch it with a bag of Taylor Farms lettuce. Is what I was
there
gonna
you go.
do.
There you go.
All right. So next week, Sheep Detective. It's on Amazon Prime.
Detectives, plural.
Detective.
Plural.
Sorry,
More than
detective.
one, because it's more than one sheep.
Kent, two movies for you if you've seen or not. Have you had a chance to see The Invite yet? Is that available anywhere in Lincoln?
Not yet, no.
Okay. Highly, highly recommend. I saw that at Film Streams. Also, speaking of old movies, a lot of their decor right now is for Metropolis, which reminded me of being in Wheeler Winston Dixon's classes back in college. And I think I think I've watched The Great Train Robbery, but for all intents and purposes, Metropolis, I believe, is the oldest movie I've ever seen because that's a silent movie from what, the 20s or the teens? 20s. Okay, so I highly recommend The Invite. Have you seen The Odyssey yet?
No, because there's no IMAX here. I intend to see it on the IMAX. So
yeah, are you going to come to Council Bluffs then soon, or are you going to go somewhere
my
else?
only choice, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Isn't there an IMAX in Hastings? Or Kearney?
But that's at the house of yesterday, and they play.
Oh, okay.
They play museum.
Okay.
Movies.
So I saw it last night, Kent, at the IMAX. It's towering. I mean, literally, it's towering, and then the story is towering. Also, I'm going to Denver. This is where I'll be next weekend, and my wife and I were like, "Oh, hey, I wonder if it's." because that's one of the 70 millimeter IMAX screens. And so we ended up splurging for tickets. We're going to see it next Saturday at 8 a.m. Possible. I cannot wait. Oh, it's going to be fun.
Well, Sunday at 8 a.m.
No,
dang it!
He's not even here, Ken. You can't even do it. He's not even here.
I will be watching the Belgian Grand Prix at Spa. Nick and I have been texting about said race.
Well, while you're texting with him, tell him he has to get his predictions in. He hasn't done that yet, so he needs to do that. Now, the Belgian Grand Prix.
Yes. Go Max.
Go Max.
Awesome. Well, Kent, great weekend to you. Thanks. We'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, stay inside, boys. It's going to be warm.
We'll be hot ones.
Yeah,
get the walks in early. Thank you, Kent.
There's Kent Wolgamont. Next week, Sheep Detectives. And when we come back, we'll count down to a One Beer Friday. Don't forget, we're raising money for the Sienna House. We'll tell you more about that because Matt McMaster is doing the 999 challenge tonight as we are going to be live on Zone Night at the almost said Salt Dogs game.
No,
wow.
Never.
The Storm Chasers game.
And we have an update on the amount of money that has been donated, and it is pretty cool.
All right.
It's pretty cool.
Stay tuned. We'll give you more information on that as we continue on 1620 The Zone. Stick around. We're going to give you a chance to win with Name That Meat. Chance to win $25 gift cards to Arby's. That is next. But a reminder that Chicago is calling 1620 The Zone, teaming up with Union Bank and Trust. We're going to send a lucky Husker fan and a guest to Chicago to see Nebraska volleyball play Missouri at Wrigley Field. So go to 1620thezone.com and enter for your chance to win 2 tickets to the match September 6th. Round trip airfare for 2 from Omaha to Chicago. 2-night hotel stay in downtown Chicago. $150 gift card to the winner. Road to Wrigley, presented by Union Bank and Trust at UBT. People don't have your money has people. Member FDIC.
I found out I'll be there this week.
Don't use that as reason not to enter.
No, it's a great reason to enter. You could meet me.
Again, don't use that as an excuse not to enter.
By the way, speaking of meat, spelled a different way, we're going to have a game coming up in a few moments.
Yes, Name That Meat.
Yeah.
Brought to you by Arby's.
Can't wait.
That's coming up next.
Yeah.
But we have to update the 999 challenge. This is the Mc999 challenge. If you were not with us during the crossover, we were able to convince Matt McMaster to accept the challenge. And there's a donor potential to this.
Mm-hmm.
One of Matt's favorite new charities is the Sienna Francis House, helping the homeless here in Omaha.
Mm-hmm.
So we've already got enough to pay for the hot dogs and the beer.
Mm-hmm.
That's taken care of.
It's long been taken care of.
And now everything that we raise from here on out goes to the Sienna Francis House.
Mm-hmm.
And we've tweeted out the link. We'll do it again. Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. There'll be a link to Matt's Venmo. You can donate direct to that.
Mm-hmm. And the number now, and this was as of about 20 minutes ago, $700.
Nice.
$700.
We'd love to get to
raised.
1620.
Yes, that's the goal. That's
We'd love
the goal.
to get to 1620 before first pitch.
Yeah.
At 7 o'clock tonight. And if you're going to be in the area and want to stop out to the ball game, Omaha Storm Chasers at Werner Park, come by and say hi. You'll be able to find us. We'll probably be the ones keeping Matt from throwing up.
There, I saw he got a question from one of his followers, Colin, said, where can we find live updates? Have no fear. We'll be doing some stuff on the social media.
We'll try to get the live video stream going tonight at periods. We won't do the whole thing, obviously, because it's the 999 challenge. He has to eat a hot dog and a burger, or a hot dog and a beer every inning tonight. So 1 per inning.
And you know what this means, John? Given how much money we're raised, we're closing in on
$800.
We're getting way close. Way close.
So check out at USC 1620 on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. All of us have been retweeting it throughout the day. Just go in, make whatever donation you can. All the proceeds go to the Sienna Francis House.
Awesome.
But now it's your time to eat.
Nice.
We won't make you eat $9.99.
No.
But $25 gift cards to Arby's for you. And Nick, even in his absence, has created a game.
Wow.
He's actually recycled a game from the deep, dark past of this program.
Yes.
Name That Meat. Because at Arby's, we have the meats.
Mm-hmm.
Call now, 402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. All you have to do is name that meat. Call now, and you can win $25 to Arby's from 1620 The Zone.
You think you know meat? It's time to prove it. Name a meat based on the description, and then you get a prize. Any questions? Good. Now it's time for you to name that meat.
Is that underwater? What was that noise?
I don't know.
That was weird.
I have no idea. Nick made the open.
Okay.
It's time to name that meat. This was a game that went horribly wrong maybe 15, 20 years ago. Wow. I mean, it's in ancient history now. I mean, those guys, are they still alive?
I have no idea. I don't even know what they're doing.
This is your chance to win $25 to Arby's. It's a piece of cake.
Okay.
Nick's going to ask a question, and if you can name that meat, you win, right? Is that how it works?
Welcome to Name That Meat. I'm the disembodied voice of Nick, and you are somebody who could possibly win $25 to Arby's.
John just said that.
All you have to do is name that meat.
John just said that.
I will give you a meaty description, and you just have to give me the answer. I am looking for very specific meat answers. You got any questions?
No.
Thank God.
Cool.
All right.
So, without further ado, Jake, please start with meat question number 1.
Well, we can't ask the question yet until we bring on the caller.
Does he know how games
think he
work
knows
on the
how
air?
games
By the way,
work.
we have a couple lines open right now.
Yes, we do have lines
402-951-1620.
open, so get in right now. Trust me, these are going to be easy questions.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. Joel, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Very good. Are you ready to name that meat?
Well, I'll try my best.
All right. So here is question number 1.
Hello, caller. How are you today? Cool. This meat comes from a cow, is a key component in things like meatloaf, meatballs,
Oh, that's
and
right. You know what?
sloppy joes.
I don't
He
think the
can't hear
callers
it?
can hear Nick's questions. I think that's a function of the new board. They haven't fixed that. You didn't hear any of Nick's question, did you, Joel?
No, but I can take a wild guess.
Well, you know what?
You want to relay to him to me?
Let me ask the question.
Oh, no,
on
he did
Nick's
all
behalf.
of this work, and we're not even going to get to use it?
Yeah, I guess not. This meat, Joel, comes from a cow, and it's a key component in things like meatloaf, meatballs, and sloppy joes. Name that meat.
Wow, this has to be ground beef.
It is ground beef. Congratulations.
I
You
need a
are.
harder one. Can you guys give me another harder one for free?
Well, no, we can, but you're a winner. I mean, you've already won.
Well, I know, but that was too easy.
Well, that's the whole point.
Why are you complaining about winning the prize?
Did you want to lose?
Man, I was really hoping to say a beef brisket because I usually smoke about 3 of those a year. But I'll take it.
All right, fine. All right. Well, congratulations, Joel. You are a winner. So Joel is a winner.
Here,
There
I want to try something.
on line 6. I don't know if it works, but we'll see.
All right, let's put this next caller on the air, and we'll figure out if they can hear this.
What do we got?
Bill. Joel's a winner.
Oh,
Bill is gone.
Bill is gone.
Uh-oh.
That didn't work.
Got to click the hang up button. Yep.
Let's try.
Joel on line 6. Jake was the winner.
Yeah, go ahead and take him. We'll handle these.
Yeah.
Caller on line 4. Hello, caller. You're on.
Can you?
Caller. Uh-oh. We're off to a terrible start. Hello? All right, they're gone.
They're gone. Hello, caller.
Yeah.
Okay, thank God. One of you can hear us.
What's your name?
Dang.
Shane?
Yeah, dang.
All right. I'm going to play something for you. You got to tell me if you can hear this, all right?
Okay.
All right, here we go. I'm going to play for like 5 seconds.
Okay.
You think you know meat? It's time to prove it.
I cannot hear it.
You can or can't?
I can't.
Okay.
All right, so it's not that.
This is as bad as the first one
It
was.
is. I guess it is. There's
All
something
right.
about this contest. Well, don't worry. I've got the question for you. Ready?
Yep, ready.
This meat is often served breaded with onions and pickles on a nice roll or a bun. It's also an Iowa staple.
What is a pork tenderloin?
Pork tenderloin.
Yeah!
You didn't even need to answer it like a question, but you did it. Congratulations. Way to go, Shane. I'm going to put you on hold.
All right.
We're 2 for 2, or at least we're
Now,
getting winners.
I want to make sure, Jake. So are we calling them later? Are you getting? Do we need more information for them now? What's going on here?
I mean, I was just answering them and then getting their number, and then I'll call them back later to get the.
Okay,
rest of the information.
Joel, we're gonna hang up on you then. Joel's been sitting on hold for a while.
Oh, so we got Joel's information.
But we got his phone number.
I
We'll
got
call him
Joel's.
later.
I got Joel's information.
Okay, cool.
All right.
And
Sounds
Shane, we've got your information.
No, we don't have Shane's phone number because he.
Oh, that's right. Shane was on 3.
Yeah,
He's
so
on 3.
get Shane's phone number.
All right, we're going to take this. This is caller 1. This is great radio, ladies and gentlemen. This is the best radio ever. Hello,
Yikes.
caller on line 1. Who are you? You are gone. I wonder if they can even hear what's on hold right
Who
now.
knows
I'm just
what's
going to
going-
answer this live. Hello, 1620 The Zone. Who's this?
This is Dustin.
Dustin.
What's going on, man?
Not much, just enjoying you guys' show. That's all.
All right.
You know, that's nice.
Well, here's your meat. This meat is a type of steak named after an American city, served with cheese and bell peppers and mushrooms on a hoagie. Name that meat.
You gotta get a whit. Like, are you talking about a Philadelphia cheesesteak?
You got
Hey,
it.
let's go, baby.
Way to go. All right.
Get a prize.
All right.
Nice.
I'm gonna put you on hold here. Dustin, I believe, is his name. Dustin on line 6.
Dustin on line 6.
Dustin on line 6.
Okay, so that's 3 winners.
That's 3
We
winners.
only have 2 more winners that are a possibility here.
Let's see who's on line 2. Good afternoon, 1620 The Zone. Who do I got?
Uh-oh.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey,
Yeah.
what's going on?
What's going on?
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's your name?
Brett.
Brett.
All right, Brett.
Ready, Brett? Here it is. Are you from Omaha, Brett?
Yeah.
Okay, you're probably familiar with these commercials, but this meat is not a gyro.
Oh!
Euro.
There you go.
Let's
Congratulations,
go,
Brett. Brett on line 2.
Get Brett's phone number.
Line 2.
All right, so what do we have?
One
more winner?
One final winner, we
I
hope.
wonder if this person will win. We've been 4 for 4. Uh-oh,
Oh,
they're
that
gone.
person's gone.
All right, line 3.
The thing, it just bounces around. It goes everywhere.
Hello?
1620 The Zone. Who's this?
Hello,
Hey!
Who is this?
Bob.
Bob. All right, Bob. Last question, maybe. This meat is a prime candidate for being the best form of rib you can get, sometimes served with horseradish or drenched in au jus.
That would be prime rib.
That would be prime rib.
Get a prize.
And we have completed the mission. Line
Thank
4.
God.
Line 4.
Wow. Where would we rank this game and execution in our list of games and execution? Oh, wait, we hung up on line 4. Where did line 4 go?
Or is he on 3? Is he on 3? Check.
Okay, line 3. We got to
Check
get that
3.
person's number,
Yes,
right?
line 3.
Line 3.
Bob, I believe. Bob.
Yeah.
Hey, we had a perfect game.
We did in terms of winning, we were perfect. In terms of execution.
So as far as I'm concerned, this gets an A.
So it's like a pitcher who throws meatball after meatball, but his outfielders keep making the catch, and that's a
Yep.
perfect game?
Yep.
Okay, we'll allow that.
If it's an out, it's an out. You don't have to strike everybody out.
Doug and Idaho says Josh's meat game equals 2026 Husker special teams. Don't put this evil on me, Ricky Bobby. This was a Nick Grimm production.
Well, I had forgotten. I remembered that apparently we have not been able to yet fix the board so that the callers can hear the production elements. They can hear us in the mics, but they can't hear the element.
That is quite interesting that the director, well, he's the director of video, though, so I guess I can't critique him very much. Wow. Good job by the listeners, at least. Good job
Great
by you
job
for
by the
having all the
listeners.
questions and answers.
Thank God.
You wanted
I
us to play. Can I play the last one? I just want to hear what he did.
Sure.
All right, here we go.
Why not?
This meat is, for some reason, not a meat. Despite being from an animal. That's weird, right? You would think that something from an animal would be meat, but it isn't. Don't look into history of it. Don't ask. People like to eat this during Lent, though. I wonder if there's a correlation.
All right, and so here was the answer.
It's fish. Fish. Fish is somehow not a meat. Okay. I don't get why fish shouldn't be a meat. Fish is meat. If you say, oh, I don't eat meat, but I eat fish. No, you eat meat because you're eating fish. Fish is meat.
Interesting.
So Nick just wanted to get in his views.
I guess so. I didn't realize that we were getting opinions from him.
This meat is chicken thigh.
I love chicken thighs. Oh, we didn't do that one. The question going to be: this is Josh's favorite part of the chicken.
I was trying to make this as easy as possible.
Well, you did a great job,
because
John.
I knew that we were headed straight into the side of a mountain.
This meat is chicken thigh.
Cool. Great job by our listeners.
Great job by our listeners.
Mm-hmm.
You all pitched a perfect game. We are going to pitch a perfect One Beer Friday.
Yes.
Jack Mitchell will join us.
Yes.
And we've got more to come here on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Plum Right Time Saving Traffic Center.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know. But I had one beer.
You probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator, or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday.
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
A one beer Friday.
Ooh, John, well done.
Have you never had a Lagunitas IPA
I
before?
probably have, but it's been a while. That is tasty.
Yeah, this is one of my early favorites in
Yeah.
the IPA world.
Shaw.
Lagunitas out of Petaluma, California. I believe it's just out of San Diego. The Lagunitas IPA. That's all it is. Lagunitas IPA.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. And a toast to Matt McMaster, who tonight is going to attempt the 999 challenge at the Storm Chasers game. It is zone night.
Yes.
We're all going to be there to watch in person and support him in his efforts. And if you would like to make a donation, we've already took care of the food and the beer. It's done.
Mm-hmm.
Every donation we get now is going to the Santa Francis House here in Omaha to help the homeless. It's one of Matt's favorite charities. So go to our social media at USC1620, my account at John Bishop 71, at Josh Tweederson,
at Matt McMedia,
at 1620 The Zone on Twitter. There are links to Matt's Venmo.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see the tweet. It's a
Look
picture
for
of
the
Matt
fish.
holding a fish.
Look for the fish.
And you can make a Venmo donation directly to Matt. He will take all of that money and send it to the Santa Francis House. We're hoping to get to $1,620.
Last we heard, he was approaching $800. And so that's where he is at right now. Keep on donating. We will be at the ballpark. We are all going there right after the Grum. We will be there. And cheers and shout out to Matt McMaster.
Yep.
Raise him up to our buddy Matt for doing great work tonight.
Yep.
Great work.
Great work tonight. And we will attempt to do some live streaming video later tonight on our zone video stream at youtube.com. Just go and subscribe to the 1620 The Zone channel.
Where are we at right now on the old subs? We have hit the 5,000 plus mark. We would love to have it hit 6,000 before the football season starts in a month and a half.
Well, thank God we've got about a year until that happens.
Not that far away,
plenty
John.
of time. It's happening.
Text from the 402. Name that meat execution. Terrible. Name that meat as a comedy bit. Freaking hilarious. Take that as a compliment there. There was also this from Sam. This is my favorite segment. So it's nice to hear that people very much enjoyed what we did in our previous segment.
I'm glad that they enjoyed it.
That was quite interesting.
I'm glad that they enjoyed it because I was a little stressed there for a minute that we might not get there on time.
Yeah. Jim and O'Neill says, I don't know if you guys have a plan during the game, but I'm willing to bet he would make some money inside the park when people see him doing the challenge. Yeah, here's the thing. I can't imagine the Storm Chasers are going to be like, cool, let's put this on our big screen. They don't want to encourage this type of debauchery. That said, people around him, they're getting a vibe. Maybe we're talking about it with people. We're talking about the Venmo.
Listen, the Venmo's out there. You can donate whenever.
Yeah. So hopefully people inside the ballpark see what's going on and they want to participate, and we can really get this thing going.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be fun to see, young Matt. He's the only one that's really able to do this.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he's the one that's been stretching out his stomach.
First of all, you got to drive home. I cannot imagine if I told
no.
you wouldn't drive home.
Well,
I can't
my
imagine
wife would kill me if I attempted
I was
something
gonna say,
like
I can't
this.
imagine if I said, "Hey, dear, I'm participating in this 999 challenge tonight." She'd say, "No, you're not.
Yeah,
that is ridiculous.
It's not happening.
We have things to do."
But Matt was willing to make the sacrifice, so we appreciate that for him.
Yep.
And again, if you're kind enough to make a donation, all the proceeds will go to Sienna Francis House. Just check out our social media pages for the Venmo link to Matt's account.
Also, speaking of beer, let us know what you're drinking on the socials with the hashtag #OneBeerFriday. Saw one earlier today from our good friend Travis, who was living in Dallas, but now is in Portugal. Shout out to him. A lovely picture of a beer. Brennan hit us up a little bit earlier as well. And then we are drinking our beers. Dave Fight just sent us one. He says, even if it's a spiked slushy, it's still a hashtag #OneBeerFriday.
Yeah, I mean, the magic of One Beer Friday is you don't have to have a beer. I mean, if you were having a vodka sour, if you were having a screwdriver, if you were just having a pop,
exactly.
Or if you were drinking out of a water fountain, an old-fashioned school water fountain.
It's still a One Beer Friday.
Do they still do water fountains outside at the playground like they did when I was growing up?
I feel like those were one of the COVID casualties. They got rid of the old water fountains.
Damn it, Fauci.
I think they got rid of those. Nick from St. Louis commenting on McMaster. No possible way he does this. I've never seen him, but he sounds like a skinny guy. I guess if he's got a little bit of room in the belly, it's possible, but I still don't see it. Matt's going to love that. People usually call him fat.
Yeah,
so
that's
he's
true.
going to very much appreciate this.
That is true. So I was perusing the interwebs, and according to ESPN, this is the ESPN QBR era. So this is going back to 2004. This is from CFB Numbers.
Okay.
They went back to find every Power 4 conference team's EPA leader at quarterback. EPA is
expected
points added.
Yeah.
It's the nerdy measurement to show how valuable you are.
And this is, you say, going back to 04?
This is going back to 2004. So 22 years for every Power 4 team. And these are just quarterbacks. So I'll throw out an example.
Yeah.
Someone near and dear to your heart. The Mississippi State.
Oh, Dak Prescott.
EPA leader at quarterback is Dak Prescott, 197.1.
So this is over the course of his entire career.
Yes, this is a course of his entire career. By the way, the all-time leader, single individual leader, I'm trying to figure out how to see if you could guess this.
Say this question again. What are you doing?
Well, who is the all-time leader?
At where? Oh, in this era?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
See, the
I did
problem
not.
is if I give you the school, you'll probably get him.
Yeah.
I'll say that. Okay, I'll say this.
Okay.
This school, this quarterback who played for this school, has not always been a Power 4 team in this last 22 years.
Okay, so that
they
means
are a new Power 4 team.
So that means it could be TCU, it could be Utah, it could be UCF. Trying to think of who else has jumped up into the Power 5. A lot of teams have. Houston.
Brigham Young.
Yeah, oh yeah, I didn't even think about BYU. I don't think it's going to be them. I mean, the first team that
Louisville. Or no, yeah, Louisville.
Oh, yeah, Louisville. The first name that popped into my mind, I got to remember how many years he was a starter. Mackenzie Milton started, I think, only 2 years, though. Did he start 3? I'm guessing it's not going to be.
I'm looking for UCF. Where's UCF?
It's not Alex Smith, right? Because this is only.
You're right that Mackenzie Milton is the leader, but he's not even close to this person.
I don't think it's going to be Alex Smith because Alex Smith is only going to have 1 year, right? He was only their quarterback in 2004.
Utah's leader is Cam Rising.
Okay, so it's not going to be them, man. Okay, so I feel like I've eliminated some schools here. Is it one of the TCU guys?
TCU?
No, it's not one of the TCU guys. Just
TCU's leader is Max Duggan.
Okay, he was awesome that 1 year. I don't know who is it.
Well,
tell me the school and then I'll figure it out.
Houston.
Wow, is it what's his name? 15? Is it Chase Keenum?
Case Keenum.
Case Keenum. Excuse me.
Case Keenum.
He was awesome. I mean, his numbers were tremendous.
357.4. To put that into perspective, and they list these by school. They don't list these in order. I think the next nearest quarterback is at. I think the next nearest quarterback is Baker Mayfield at Oklahoma, 278.8.
And he was a 3-year starter. Yeah.
So think about it, 357 to 278.
Talking about a huge difference. Yeah.
Big gap.
When you sent this earlier, I did not go team by team, but I did not realize until I had responded to you that it was not in order of best numbers. It was in order of it was alphabetized. And so the first guy listed is Bryce Young.
Yeah.
And so my first response was like, whoa, Bryce Young is the number one quarterback. I never was really looking at the numbers. And so when I got to Nebraska, I was like, oh, okay, not that bad. Upper middle of the pack. And then I don't know if you counted him up, but
I did not.
He is not upper middle of the pack, even though he was a 4-year starter at Nebraska, which probably gives away who this person is.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not. I mean, there's 3 4-year starters for Nebraska in this time, right? You have Taylor Martinez.
Yeah.
You have Tommy Armstrong, though he didn't start every game, but he's still just like Taylor Martinez didn't. And
Adrian.
Yeah.
Adrian Martinez is the EPA quarterback leader since 2004 at 121.3.
Even though that is way lower than guys who didn't start, but 1 or 2 years.
Well, the guy who stands out because of the way they have this in columns, he's in the next column over. Just to put that into perspective. So Adrian Martinez, expected points added per play, 121.3 over 4 seasons.
Well, real quick, that's not per play. This is that's the amount of points.
Career.
Yeah, cumulative.
Shedeur Sanders in 2 years at Colorado was 126.1.
So it just shows the impact
So
that he was able to have.
He was 5 points better in only 2 years. Some of the other noteworthy guys, you mentioned Bryce Young. He was 173.
Well, look at, did you see Texas A&M? Look at Johnny Manziel.
Johnny Manziel was 218.5 now. He was
2 years. That's in 2 years.
Was that 2?
Yeah, because he redshirted and then he won the Heisman, started another year, and then he went to the pros. That's 2 seasons.
He didn't play 3 seasons. I thought he played 3 seasons.
Just 2 years.
Okay, 2 seasons, 218.5.
Meanwhile, Colt McCoy, he was a 4-year starter, and his is, quote unquote, only 241.3.
241.3.
Yeah.
Let's see. Some other notables. Robert Griffin III, 193.5.
And he was, pretty much a 4-year starter. I'm trying to think.
Deshaun Watson, 204.1.
I'm trying to find the guy on here who started the fewest amount of games or the fewest seasons and had like the highest number.
Well, okay.
Because how many years at LSU was Jaden Daniels? Was he there 2 years? Because his is 206.5.
Right.
Think about that.
Here's another 2-year guy, Diego Pavia.
Yeah.
144.5. So he's 144.5. Shedeur, 2-year guy, 126.1.
So he was that much better than him over the course of those 2 years. Caleb Williams was at USC for 2 years. His is 200.3.
Wow.
Yeah. 200.3. Again, in just 2 years of football.
Some of the longer in the tooth guys. Brock Purdy at Iowa State, 225.9.
Tim Tebow, 205.9 at Florida.
Marcus Mariota, 275.8.
Hey, how about the fact that Peyton Ramsey leads the way for Indiana and not Fernando Mendoza? I bet Fernando Mendoza was extremely close, even though he only started 16 games at Indiana.
Probably.
JT Barrett, did you mention JT Barrett?
I did not mention
He was there
JT
for
Barrett.
a long time. 222.6 points. Chase Daniel, 232.
Okay, so you were looking for an example of a guy. How about Russell Wilson?
1 year at Wisconsin.
1 year at Wisconsin, 95.3. So he is the all-time, or in the last 22 years, quarterback leader in EPA, 95.3. Just shows you how little impact Wisconsin's quarterbacks have had in the last 22 years.
Yeah. Pretty wild. And I mean, basically 100 points in 1 year is pretty good.
So think about that. If he had played 4 years. I get it. You know, he was already a seasoned player when he was at Wisconsin, but if he averages 95 per season, then, you know, he's pushing 400. Case Keenum was 357.4.
Yeah. Interesting stuff.
I'm trying to see if there's anyone else on here. Now, here's a guy, and I know he was there for a while, but Dorian Thompson Robinson, 206.8.
4-year starter.
206.8.
My dad just hit us up. He said, I just got in the conversation, but you mentioned Caleb Williams 2 years at USC, but he played a year at Oklahoma. So wouldn't that be 3 years? No, so this stat is just
This is just for these individual schools. So everyone we've listed is the individual school leader.
So like Jaden Daniels doesn't have Arizona State lumped in, and Adrian doesn't have his Kansas State year lumped in, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct.
Yeah. But that's a good question. But yeah, so these are all just what they were able to do at those particular schools.
You know what? We haven't mentioned Iowa.
Yeah, who's our guy?
Nate Stanley, 101.2.
That makes sense. That makes sense. How about the fact, real quick, before we go to break, Jordan Travis is Florida State's number one, even though they had Jameis for 2 years, and he won the Heisman as a freshman.
It is interesting.
Yeah. Though he did get suspended a little bit his last year there.
He did.
He had some things come up.
Some butt crab legs.
Yeah, he had some things come up.
All right. Jack Mitchell's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Coming up next, predictions.
Awesome.
On 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
All right, predictions for this weekend. Last week, it was pretty midweek. Everyone was around 500.
Classic us.
But some of us are just better than others. I'll just leave it at that.
I'm catching up to Nick. I'm going to be passing him soon.
Dodgers at Yankees tonight.
Ooh.
A preview of not the World Series. Best of 3 at Yankee Stadium. Nick is going, of course, he's picking the Yankees.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's his favorite team. I'm going to pick the Dodgers 2-1.
I also picked the Dodgers 2-1.
I think the Dodgers also win.
Okay.
Rays at Red Sox. Nick is picking the Rays in a sweep. I'm going to pick Boston 2-1. They are the hottest team in baseball heading into the All-Star break.
Yeah, I'm going to be with you on this one, John. I like the Red Sox, and I like them to win 2 out of 3.
Yep, Red Sox as well, for sure.
Wow, we got agreement everywhere.
I do like because, they are the hottest team right now. That's true.
The Rangers are at the Braves. Nick is taking the Braves 2-1.
I'll go Braves in a sweep.
I'll go for the Rangers. They're not very good, but I'll give them a win.
I'll take Atlanta 2-1.
Okay.
Tonight's game, Marlins at Brewers. Nick is picking the Brewers. Screw it. I'm going to take the Marlins. It's time for the Brewers to start losing and losing a lot.
Yeah, not today, though. Give me the Brewers.
I got a lot of family Brewers fans. I'll go with the Brewers.
Nice. That's a good reason if I've ever heard one.
That is a sad family you must have. WNBA.
Oh, wow. This isn't will the commissioner avoid speaking to the media? That's not the question
Well,
here.
tonight's we should be, will Caitlin Clark get punched in the throat tonight? No, actually the Storm are plus 8.5 at the Fever. I got a Fever.
Storm.
Fever.
I'm going to take the Fever.
That's a lot of points. What's Nick taking?
Fever.
Okay.
The Sparks at the Sky.
Well, you see sparks in the sky,
Sparks
John.
plus 1.5.
I'm going to go with the Sky.
I'm going to go with the Sky.
I'll go with the Sky as well.
All right. It's a clean sweep.
Okay.
The Sun at the Mercury. Now, the Mercury is the closest planet to the Sun.
But the Sun still
so
wins
the
the
Sun
battle.
should be favored, not the underdog.
Yeah, that's
plus
why.
4.5.
You can't expect to go into the Sun's home area and get a win or anything. So give me the Sun.
Go with the Sun as well.
Look how they have the Suns and in the NBA and then the Sun in the WNBA.
Really original, folks. I'll take the Sun as well.
Okay.
The World Cup final. Spain versus Argentina.
Jake?
I'm going to go with Spain. I don't want to see a back-to-back World Cup.
What's Nick doing?
Spain.
Rats. That's what I'm doing too. Give me Spain. It's going to come to an end. This is going to be like the Chiefs in the Super Bowl where they were getting away with it. Give me Spain to win 3-0.
God, that's like winning the Super Bowl.
That's like being up
40
40-6 in the Super Bowl, like the Eagles were against the Chiefs.
I'll go Spain as well.
Okay.
Will Messi score a goal?
No.
Nope.
I agree.
Okay.
Nick says yes.
Okay.
The losers game. France versus England. I'm going to take France.
Same.
I got some money on Mbappe winning the Golden Boot, so give me France.
Oh,
wow.
Where
It's
is
a clean sweep
Where is
for
that
the
at right now,
Frogs.
Jake?
I think right now Messi's technically the favorite, but it's 8 goals. But Messi has the favorite because he has 1 more assist than Mbappe.
Okay, interesting.
As we told you earlier, 2 golfers today shot 62s in their round. Only the 6th and 7th golfers all time to do that. Who will be the highest finisher at the British Open?
And so this is, we pick it and we're basically competing against each other, right?
Yes.
That's what we're doing here?
I mean, you're trying to pick the winner,
Yeah,
obviously,
yeah,
but whoever has the highest finisher gets the point.
Give me Cameron Young, who is currently in 2nd place.
I think DeChambeau might finally pull something out.
Oh, well, let's see if he even plays tomorrow. He's being a whiny boy today.
Yeah, I saw he was whining. I don't know exactly what that was about.
He lost
but
2 strokes on a penalty, which would have put him 1 stroke out of the lead.
He was not happy about that.
Nick is going with Jay Suber.
Okay, like
whoever
Subaru?
that guy is.
Okay.
Screw it. I'm going to go with the guy who's leading.
Okay.
Give me Herbert. Give me
Herbert.
Justin Herbert.
Okay.
What score wins the tournament? We'll use Price is Right rules. Nick is going 8 under par, which is where the leader is right now. So he's expecting weather.
I'm going to go 13.
11 under par.
Ooh.
14 under.
All right. We're just all over the place.
The Belgium Grand Prix. Who wins? Nick is going with Verstappen.
I'll go with Antonelli.
I don't know much about F1, but is Lewis Hamilton racing?
He is.
He is.
I'll give it to him.
All
Why
right,
not?
Louis.
I'm also going to go with Antonelli.
Okay.
And the main event.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening.
NASCAR's grand return to North-Wilkesboro. I know, Josh, you have been out on NASCAR ever since the Cup Series left North Wilkesboro Speedway.
Yes.
Now they're back. You can
Thank
be back in
God.
on the sport. Woo! Of course, you know all there is to know about North
They
Wilkesboro.
turn a lot.
They do. Who wins?
Give me Kyle Larson. My best friend growing up, his name was Kyle. This is in honor of him. He's still alive, by the way. Shout out to Kyle.
You could say I'm un-American. I don't know really anything about NASCAR, so whatever Nick picked, I'll take that.
He's taking Carson Hocevar. I will go
Boom.
with Christopher Bell.
Okay. Very, very interesting.
Christopher Bell.
Very, very interesting.
And we'll just do a bonus prediction. Nick obviously won't be here.
Okay.
Will McMaster complete the 999 tonight?
No.
I don't think he'll. I think he'll get to 7 innings though. He'll get to the stretch.
Oh, maybe that's a better pick. So you're going to go 7?
I'll go 6.
I think it's 6.
By the way, he just sent a message. $965.
Keep donating, folks. We want to get to
$965.
We want to get to 1620. Check out our social medias and click the link to Matt's Venmo. Make a donation. All the proceeds will go to the Sienna Francis House to help the homeless here in Omaha. And we will see you tonight at the ball game. But coming up next, the Jack Mitchell Super Friends Roundtable. I'll leave it to those guys in Crime Town to be late.
What on earth is going on?
Jack will be with us in just a moment. But this gives us a quick chance to tell all our friends here in Omaha and, of course, in central Nebraska.
Yeah.
Or wherever you're listening, to make sure you check out our social medias at USC 1620 on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Click the link that we have put out for Matt McMaster's Venmo because we're nearing $1,000. We want to get to $1,620.
Incredible.
Before the game starts in 90 minutes. He is going to attempt the 999 challenge, eat a hot dog and drink a beer in every inning tonight, 999. And all the proceeds will go to the Sienna Francis House to help the homeless here in Omaha. We've already got plenty to cover the beer and the cost of the beer and the dogs.
As you said, we have almost $1,000.
We're done.
Yeah. Every dollar now.
Every dollar now is going towards Sienna Francis House, and we'll see if McMaster can pull it off.
Incredible.
And yes, we will try to do some video live streaming tonight periodically. So stay tuned to our YouTube channel. And we'll obviously, if you follow us on social media, you'll be able to see the links there as well.
Going to be awesome. J-Man says fifth inning. We were talking about how far into this thing does it last. He says fifth inning, and he doesn't meet the future Mrs. McMaster. That's what he says is going down.
Well,
we
know about that.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about the upsets of all upsets? That would be the upset of all upsets. That would be the upset of all upsets.
I believe he's ready now.
Oh, he wants us to put him in there. Oh,
because I don't think he can do that.
I thought he said he could. I thought he said he was going to add himself.
I did not ever say that.
You did. You literally did.
Read me the text.
Being late, I'll just pop in when I am ready.
Well, pop into the website.
You've been in the website for like 10 minutes. You've been behind the scenes for like 10 minutes.
In the middle. That's not what I meant.
Okay.
If I want to have an argument like this, I can go home. Okay.
Yeah. Wow. Having arguments with the wife a lot lately?
No, it just little technicalities about what was said.
Okay.
It's my
How are you able to have arguments anyway? As we've already established many times, you sleep in separate beds.
That's not true. That's not true. I said at one time it would be an interesting experiment.
Interesting.
For the record.
Hey, Jack, speaking of interesting experiments, have you seen what your former intern or whatever, Matt McMaster, have you seen what he is doing? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
So he's doing the 999 challenges. Is that a Golden Spikes game?
No, it's not the Golden Spikes. It has not been the Golden Spikes in 30 years.
Oh, have they changed the name?
The Storm Chasers.
Oh, the Storm Chasers. Okay, yes.
Great reference.
You might want to pay attention to this team, Jack. They're better than the Major League club right now.
I would
Great
guess.
prospects, Jack. Great prospects that you
Wouldn't
have.
take much. Okay, it says Storm Chasers game, but what does so I thought at these actual ones where they do this at actual stadiums, they have to be careful about.
This is unsanctioned.
Yeah, it's unsanctioned. Oh, okay, because I saw one they did in Kansas City, and you got like mini baby dogs, and you got like shots.
Tiny beers, tiny dogs.
So for those who don't know, it's 9 hot dogs, 9 beers, and what's the other thing?
9 innings.
9 innings.
And you have to do each per inning. So you can't like get ahead. You can't show up and say, I'm going to eat like 5 hot dogs in inning number 1 to try to get out ahead of things.
You can't, what's his name? You can't Kobayashi this thing.
Yeah, you got to go 1, of each per inning. But how about this, Jack? And you'll remember 5 years ago, almost now this fall, when you and I were able to raise like $11,000 in the
Milt.
For Milt. You remember that situation?
People forget.
Well, we were talking about this during the crossover earlier, and somebody was like, I'll send you the money to buy the food and to buy the beers, because it's probably gonna be $150. And then someone else was like, if you do this and that person donates, I will match that to a charity of your choice. Matt's closing in on like $1,000 now in donations that he is going to donate to a charity around here in Omaha.
Yeah, the Sienna Francis House.
How awesome is that?
That's good for your first fundraiser. What? It is.
He said with a little bit of a tone. Just a little bit of a tone.
It's always competition with this guy. He wins one fraudulent slow pitch softball title, and now he thinks he's thinks he's Vince Lombardi.
No, so is he I don't know. How do you think he's going to do in this? Because McMaster, our listeners know this is the Matt McMaster that used to obviously work here at KLIN.
Yep. He's young. He's 24.
KLIN. He's 24 now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you feel confident that he'll be? I think he'll be. You don't think he'll be able to? I think he'll be fine.
6th inning. You think he's going to make it all the way?
I don't know how hard this. I mean, I don't know. I mean, 9.
A lot
So
of
what's the
beers
beer?
and a lot of hot dogs.
What's the beer?
The worst part?
What's the beer and how big are they?
Probably going to be a domestic, whatever the smallest domestic beer
We're trying
is.
to find the cheapest one.
12
so
ounces,
that-
16
Yeah, the
ounces.
cheapest beer so that more money goes to the
By
charity.
the way, 16 would be very different than 12 in this whole thing.
Very much.
Well, yeah. So it depends on. I don't know the size of the beer cans that they have at the ballpark. My
They
guess
might be
is
16s.
That's what I was gonna say. Most of the time at ballparks,
man.
the only 12-ounce beers at ballparks are usually IPAs, and you don't want to do that.
No, you don't want to do an
so
IPA
he's
for
probably
this.
Jack looking at 16 ounces of
He's
beer
not-
times 9.
He's not that big. That's going to hurt him.
I don't know if you know this about our boy, but he's grown a little bit since he left you
Oh,
guys.
wow.
You know, it's the great dining scene here in Omaha. He just, he
He goes and has Shucks seafood
By the way,
3 times a week.
16 ounces times 9 innings is 144 ounces.
So he's got what's the bigger
So it's like
problem?
a 12
here?
pack. It's a 12 pack of 12 ounces.
What's the bigger
By
issue?
the way,
do we think?
just real quick, so I don't get in trouble with any. Like, please do not do this. We don't recommend this. He's doing
Correct.
this
I mean,
voluntarily.
we recommended it, but yes, we don't recommend it for other
I mean,
people.
just
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
get me.
What's the bigger problem? Is it the beer or is it the dogs? Because like that's a lot of beer for sure. But
Okay.
that's a lot of hot
If
dogs.
I had to do one or the other,
yeah, what would you pick?
not that again, not recommending you do, but
Beer.
probably the beer.
Definitely.
Especially, I mean, again, it's probably it's
I think the beer would fill you before the dogs would, man. At least for me, beer. I mean,
not light beer though. Have you ever heard the Miller Lite commercials?
Yeah,
It's less filling.
Great
tastes
taste.
great.
Yeah. That's what they always say.
I don't know. I just reach a certain level with beer. Like if I've had, it's not the level of inebriation. It's just like my body says no, just no more beer.
With like a light beer like that probably would be the biggest issue. Still be the biggest issue. Yes, I think so. But again, if you're not as big or you don't drink a lot or anything, I mean, then that could get bad.
In my prime, I have done this amount of beer that Matt is about to undertake a few times in my prime. That said, I've never done it with 9 hot dogs.
Exactly.
That's the game changer with this.
It's gonna load him down, man. This is gonna be
Jack,
rough.
it is currently 90 degrees and mostly sunny in Omaha.
Which will be good for the drinks early, but because it'll just
good. Yeah.
like, oh man, a cold beverage, right? The 1 to 2 sounds great.
Yeah,
but
Stib says I've drank 9 beers over the course of a few hours before. I have never thought about eating 9 hot dogs
Hey,
in a week.
let's go out and get hot dog hammered tonight, everyone. What do you guys? What is you going to go nuts and get after it on hot dogs? Nobody ever says that on a Friday night.
No.
They certainly do not.
No, they do not.
They certainly do not.
All right. Well, that's tonight. We'll be at the Storm
Good luck
Chasers
to Matt.
game here in Omaha. But I'm curious what you have made of. It's happened all basically within the last 48, 72 hours. Tyke Hayes. That's a name we have to get used to now. The new running back, the new commit from Penn State by way of Iowa Western. What have you made of the discourse? Because, I mean, we've got people already saying he could compete for starting job. Sean Callahan at Husker Online predicted he would have a 100-yard rushing game in the first 3 games.
Well, hopefully there's a game where 2 people have a 100-yard rushing game. One of them.
Well, I mean, that's a good point.
Yeah. What do I make of it? Like, I don't. I'd be lying if I said anything other than I didn't know who he was until 72 hours ago when Josh texted me and told me.
You're right. I think we all can say that.
And now you love him, though.
I
love
know
college
you're a big
football.
high school guy, but I don't know if you were following 4A, Pennsylvania State high school football.
But so I don't have a real good assessment other than I think Nebraska's running back room is the one that needs depth more than any other position group on the entire team. So anyone you're adding that has the potential and was a quality high school player, was a recruit, was practicing at Penn State. Like, I don't know if that anybody's saying this is a negative thing. I don't know what his situation is. I don't quite know why he ended up at Iowa Western after 1 year at Penn State, and how, if that's something that would factor in or not, or maybe it's just, that's how it worked out. But, I think about it this way. I was talking to someone else about this, and like, what if this happened in like on December 20th or whenever the portal opens up? I don't know what the date is. But what if it happened on December 20th and he came straight from Penn State? And everyone's like, oh, he was down on the depth chart because Penn State had maybe the best 1-2 punch of running backs in the nation.
Yeah.
He's a 4-star. He had great high school numbers. He played a very little, was kind of prime, but maybe it was still a log jam or it wasn't the right play. Well, they're changing their coach, right? Changing their coach. And so we would have been, I don't know about ecstatic, but not far from it, I don't think, about this, right?
Well, there were a lot of people who were just in general upset that Nebraska didn't add anyone in the portal.
I'm still surprised they didn't.
So I mean, does this make up for that? Perhaps. Now, the only concern I have is if it did happen in December, January, when the portal window was open, he would have had a chance to participate in spring ball like Jamal Rule did.
Sure.
And now, and someone brought this name up yesterday, but this is kind of where I am right now. Remember
what you're going to say?
Jordan Stevenson, right?
Poor dude.
And how many people were excited about this potential, and that fell, flatter than a pancake.
That was horrible.
Within a month.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but it is received a little bit differently, knowing that it's very similar, right? Guy comes in at the 11th hour, won't have gone through a spring ball, and because people are just looking for that next person and there's not an obvious number one, if this would have happened last year, people would have said, oh, great, little bit of depth behind Emmett. Well, there is no more Emmett.
Mm-hmm.
And so now everyone's looking for a number one guy. And so kind of in the void of, having that number one guy, it's like any name that pops up. Why do you think people are so excited about Jamal Rule? But the advantage that Jamal Rule has is at least he went through spring ball with the team.
I don't think this is a difficult thing to figure out how to look at. We don't know. we don't know. We don't know why, he went to Iowa Western instead of transferring, to another, either staying at Penn State or transferring to another FBS school. We don't know what his potential is. It very well could work, especially in a running back room that, and you don't even know exactly what Mekhi Nelson's situation is going to be now. And so it's nothing but a good thing that there's another candidate to get snaps at running back. Am I very confident or very unconfident about it? No, I don't know. I don't know. There might have been something there, or it might have been a great pickup, and the circumstances dictated that it worked out. So I'd rather they had him than they didn't. I'll tell you that much.
Jack, what do you think this means for the Mekhi Nelson situation? Like, I guess, let me ask it a different way. Snap judgment when you heard this story. Did you immediately think, okay, this is because of Nelson and he will not be playing this year? Or did you think they needed the depth anyway, so this is a nice addition? Because the Chargers are not going to be moving forward, right, with Mekhi Nelson.
Correct.
But we still don't know. And I guess before you answer, reading every story that I have this week about this situation, there seems to be an undertone from some of the writers of like, yeah, we don't know what's happening next, but it's probably not looking good for him in his future at Nebraska. That's just me, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think I heard about the Chargers being dropped before I heard about this, though. So,
yeah.
And I don't know how it all went down, but even if put that whole thing aside, I still wanted him to get someone in December, and at that time he was there. So I don't know if it was in response to this or not. It very well could have been, but even if Nelson was here and playing, it wouldn't change my feeling about whether or not it would be a risk worth taking. It absolutely is.
According to SIP from Husker Online.
This is in response to, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dave Tollefson, who is the defensive analyst at Nebraska and has a relationship with Scott Strohmeyer at Iowa Western. Apparently, the reach out happened shortly after news of the Nelson arrest happened. So it sounds like this is in reaction to potentially, and that's not to say Nelson is automatically off the team, but certainly trying to be proactive because Nebraska famously doesn't have that many guys on scholarship at running back. I think that it sounds like that the motivation certainly came from the Mekhi Nelson news.
And does that change how anybody feels about it?
I mean, it could, but I don't think it. I don't think it should. From my perspective, I say pump the brakes on the whole. He's going to start this year. He's going to rush for 100 yards.
It's nice to have more depth, right?
I look at this. He's here. He's a 4-year guy. He's got 4 years left.
Yeah.
This is a depth thing. This is something that will help depth. This is something that will help, in development year 2, 3, 4 down the road.
Who and I'm not. I mean, and Sean may hear from the coaches when he says something like that, and I trust that. But other than that, who knows? Like again, the most 3 underused words in the English language. I don't know. I don't know. So
going to be really interesting.
But again, take him I'd rather he's here and in the mix, and they take a shot on it than not. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Jack, we had Sam McEwen on our show a couple days ago from the World Herald, and in the middle of an answer, when we were talking about this,
his phone cut out.
His phone did cut out for one of my questions. But he said something that I thought was like a really astute observation, and I'm guessing this is going to land well with you. He said that Nebraska needs to be more fun. And he was talking like, yeah, they need to win more, certainly, and winning would be better and all those things. He was like, but they're just not fun right now. And he made a particular comparison, and this is the thing that I think you'll really like. He talked about the Keisei Tominaga kind of introduction to Nebraska basketball and how that team was 16 and 16.
It was a 500 team.
But they were so much more fun, and it changed everything. And I mean, it really is quite the moment in time, right? Because that moment moving forward, they've been a much different program. I wonder what you think about that, and if Calandria can be that kind of spark plug for this program in your mind as a guy that makes them, maybe they're still 7-5, but man, wouldn't you trade a 7-5 where they're winning 42 to 31 versus, a 7-5 where they're winning 17 to 12 or something like that?
Yeah, I think there is one. I've always kind of felt that way when you get into basketball season. It's just like, man, this is lighter. It's more fun. And of course you've had personalities like Tominaga, but even Sam Hoiberg, who's not necessarily like a showman, but it's just it's fun. But part of that is just because of expectations. When you have high expectations that are still there, it is hard for it to be fun unless the results are there. It's hard not to have the fun directly tied to the results. So yeah, they start winning. That'll be a lot easier. And there's going to be players that naturally emerge because they're playing awesome. And that will be fun, I think. And so that's the hard part. It's just difficult to have those little moments in losing seasons like you've got for Nebraska basketball. I've always said this with Nebraska basketball, even if the season's a disappointment, you're going to have 1 or 2 nights probably where you're ecstatic about what happened that night. And you won't even look at it in the larger context necessarily. It'll just be, oh my goodness, they upset Purdue. Oh my goodness, they beat Creighton yet again, right? Or oh my, whatever it might be. And you can't say that about football seasons, can you? No. When has that even happened?
No.
Well, it's because Nebraska really hasn't pulled many upsets in football.
No,
that's true. Yeah, and there's more opportunities for that.
And certainly opportunity in basketball is more frequent because there's more games.
Yeah.
But and so in order to have fun, I mean, sure, could there be some, weird and wacky moments? I mean, they did have a Hail Mary last year, but it happened in a loss. Right?
Oh, yeah, the Michigan game. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And so it's like, So I almost feel like to answer that question, in order to have fun, it would probably require them to pull an upset.
Like a true upset?
Like
Not like a
upset.
3-point underdog. You're talking about like a true upset?
Yeah.
You've got it. I mean, the ridiculous
in Iowa on a last second play.
The program. It's remarkable how devoid, unfortunately, the program has been of fun, ecstatic moments in 15 years.
Well, it's funny because I know Jack a couple years ago after the Colorado game, there was like this half. Wow, that was awesome, but the half, like, the second half was so boring and blah, and plays got called back. Like, it never felt like that true explosion of excitement. And the Wisconsin game did, but it came in like the midst of the long losing streak, and then the Iowa game afterwards. Like, I feel like if you tell Jack before the 2024 season, hey, you're going to beat Colorado and you're going to destroy them, and you're also going to run Wisconsin off the field and keep them from going to a bowl game, you probably would have said, like, man, how much fun am I going to have? And yet there were even caveats in each of those.
The Colorado game was legitimately, I'll still say the Colorado game was legitimately that fun moment, but there's just few of them. If you go through and you pick them out, the best one, the most quintessential one is probably that Michigan State game in 2015.
Yes.
Where it was you never went into that game thinking they had a chance of winning it.
Well, and it's how they did it too. I mean, they scored 2 touchdowns late,
where just
got away with an illegal, catch to do it. So.
And then the other one has an asterisk by it because it's against Iowa in 2022, and you basically had to forget it in 24 hours.
Pretty sure in the last
exactly. Scott Frost dented his trunk, and then
I'm trying to.
That was earlier.
No, yeah, that was Joseph.
Never mind.
I'm trying to remember because that I believe was like a 10-point underdog, like that. So that is easily Nebraska's biggest upset in the last X amount of years, and yet because of when it happened and the next day Matt Rule was hired, it's just like this completely memory old game.
And I have no memory of that game because I literally didn't see it because I was on a plane back from Hawaii.
And then the hire happened, so why would you ever go back and watch it?
I got on the ground, I opened the phone. Oh, look, they won. And then that was it.
Even like, think about it. Like, how many, when there's big wins for your team, I think of Nebraska basketball, but whomever, like these against your rival, like you see all these highlights of it, all the stuff. Like, I don't even remember a whole lot about that game other than Trey Palmer probably had 5 touchdowns, but
yes,
I don't remember specifics about it because it just got erased so much because it was kind of an asterisk.
Yeah, it's a great way to describe it.
Yeah.
It's not a game. The Iowa game is not a game you're going back and rewatching highlights of.
Now, I would say this, you kind of in the smaller picture, because of the way Calandria plays, I think there might be the potential for some fun within a game where he creates something, because that was one of the things that frustrated a lot of people about Dylan was, it was, he wasn't very mobile and he didn't, create a lot of plays with his feet. But when you have a quarterback like this and a guy who's willing to take some risks, the boom or bust, I mean, there could be a couple of moments this year where there's a pretty good boom where it's like, damn, that was fun.
Let me ask you this to you guys. Who have been the most fun players over the last, when you think of fun players for the last 10 years or whatever it is?
I mean, you mentioned one, honestly, Trey Palmer's probably up there. Yep.
Trey Palmer. Taylor Martinez is the one that I think of,
Well,
right?
Oh, yes. Freshman Adrian as well.
Yes.
Freshman Adrian was a lot of
Freshman
fun.
Adrian was pretty
But it also has to be, it has a little bit to do with personality too, I think. Not as much in basketball. But the other thing is you haven't had, now I think Rule certainly has that capability, but you have a few coaches that didn't really scream fun.
Yeah.
They didn't seem like they were ever having fun.
What are you talking about? Mike Riley looked like he was having a blast.
I mean, he was better than...
You don't remember that hip hip hooray?
In terms of having fun, he was a lot better at it than a couple of the others. They didn't ever look like they were having fun. So it's hard.
Jordan says Emmett. I mean, let's not forget Emmett Johnson. I think he was fun, at least his last year, but in a more traditional way, not in like a
he
flary
wasn't
way.
Flashy. He was just
Amir.
Just says Amir, and that's now 12 years ago.
Gregory's a good one. I like that.
Again, these were a dozen years ago now. That's crazy.
It is crazy. Wow. All right. Well, that was fun.
Great talking to you, Jack.
It was fun. Yes, let's have fun. I like that point by Sam. I don't know exactly how that happens, but I think he's right, generally.
All right.
Have a good weekend, Jack.
We'll see you. That's Jack Mitchell. All right, we're going to the ballpark.
Going to the ballpark. Matt is at $1,200.
Yes,
$1,200.
Keep going.
Come on.
We want to get to 16:20 before first pitch. We'll talk to you then. Have a great one, folks.
Thank you to Jake for hanging out.
Yes,
he did a great job with the game earlier.
Today. He did an excellent job today in every respect.
Thanks to all of our listeners.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks to you, Jack.
Watch us on social.
Bye.